Welcome to a special edition of the Royal Alliance UK podcast. It's episode 399, Time to Tamper. My name's Matthew Turner alongside Anthony Fitzpatrick. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's one of my favorite days of the year. This is legal tampering, where all the deals get done, and it's the start of your evolution of the team for next year. It's the first time we're going to see a little bit more about what it looks like, and it feels like this year this is a big day for us. We've got a lot of things we need to fix on this team this year. The free agency class is not the strongest, so we want to be early birds who get to the worms and get some good players in. So I'm a bit nervous, but it's also exciting to see all these mega deals get paid out and see who gets screwed and who doesn't.
Yes, we are here to talk legal tampering period, which opened just 5 minutes ago. So it is all go. This happens 2 days before the start of the league year, where you can officially actually talk to the incoming free agents. And we know, as Ant has said, how many holes the Lions have on their roster, and we know how Brad Holmes likes to operate in this time frame, which is try and address all of your needs, at least in part, so that you can go into the draft truly BPA. No movement as yet on anything for the Lions, save a coach in the strength and conditioning department. But there we go. But there's been a lot of movement today so far. And we will get into that in just a moment. You guys know what to do in terms of the preamble that we normally do. Discord channel, college football podcast. But I'm going to gloss over all of that stuff. If you're interested, drop a comment in the chat and I will send over some links. First bit of news, and before we get into everything else that we haven't addressed since we were last on the air, we thought Taylor Decker was coming back. And then the team approached him about taking a pay cut, and he said, "Fuck you, I'm off." In more polite terms publicly, but I suspect it went something like that privately. Decker has requested his release, and it has been accepted. This in the week where I sent a private message to Taylor Decker on Instagram saying, "I think social media is toxic. I just want to thank you for your service to the team, and I'm delighted you're coming back." And he sent me a heart back. And now he's no longer on my team, and I am very sad. I think it's worth considering his Lions career as a whole compared to the player that he is now, because for me, he should go down in the Ring of Honor, in the pride of the Lions. He should be regarded as up there as some of the best offensive linemen we've ever had. But he probably isn't worth $20 million on the cap either.
No, no, it's a shame, and it's come at the worst possible time because we didn't really want a gaping starting hole at left tackle this year. Bear in mind, you can get someone in to compete for it next year and to take over long term, but now you've got to find a new starting tackle, and that costs money, whether it's in free agency or whether it's one of your top two draft picks, which you might have earmarked for something else. And it's tough to see it happen. I mean, it was surprising. I guess when you look at it in whole, you're like, maybe you're actually not as surprised when you think about it, like you say, given the cap hit, given the level of play, given the fact he's been here his entire career. But it's tough to watch him go because that's twice now we've had to watch players leave in Monty and Decker. You want to feel like you're getting closer to a Super Bowl, and the last week has felt like we're getting further away because now betting a new tackle in is not easy, especially if it's a rookie. Ideally you want to say don't expect anything year one, and then you kind of build on that unless they're a generational superstar like Penny. So now obviously people are worried the trenches get weaker, the rebuild is going to take more. It looks more and more like this is going to be a retooling year rather than a trying to get to the Super Bowl year, which is tough for people to accept. But obviously things can change very quickly. But it doesn't look good this week. Like Monty wanted to leave because he wasn't getting enough time here. Now Decker seems to have been taken back by them asking for a pay cut from him. And again, I've mentioned this. This is sort of a byproduct of you've got so much money invested in your rookies and your young players, and you've got to earmark that as well. That the veterans are the ones who suffer. Their money is the one who goes first, and they're the first ones to be asked to take pay cuts. And he probably feels like he's been here his entire career. He's been through two regimes. He's been through some of the shittest times imaginable, He probably feels like he's earned that. We gave him this contract 2 years ago. We should abide by it. And I get where he's coming from. I get where the Lions are coming from, trying to get value for money and try and eke out extra cap without having to restructure and instead going through their vets. But it's sad to see him go. He will go in the Lions Ring of Honor one day. 145 starts is no mean feat in the especially offensive lineman in this day and age. But yeah, it's not ideal for us at all.
Yeah, I'm just sad he's gone. He's a leader in that room. He's someone that a lot of people have rallied around. It's why Glasgow wanted to come back. It's why Ragnar wanted to come back. This was a group that had togetherness. And, in the worst part of our history, maybe as a team, the darkest times, that group were all a shining light at some point, and the era is over in some ways. The dregs of the Patricia regime are all now washed away, with Jack Fox being the longest tenured player. But this was like the bit that made you happy. At least we had a good offensive line, and all those guys are now gone, and that's just sad.
It is, and it now pushes you into a new era where you can't sit back and build slow anymore. You've got to go after your trenches now. You've got to be aggressive and retooling your trenches because you've got too many holes going into next year. So it kind of puts a bit more pressure on the regime to get this sorted and to look at options now. And as we're going to see, we're in a weaker free agency class. A lot of the good guys are going to be gone in the first few hours, and then you don't want to be waiting for the second tranche of free agency this year. The same people who are going, this is a rubbish free agency, will go, well, wait for the second lot of players. So it's like, okay, I'm going to wait for the second lot of a bad bunch here. Like, no, you've got to get in there. You've got to do something now. Um, and plus, you need to bring out the spirits of your fan base as well. And probably your players are not happy either, because that's two vets who've left the room now. Two guys who,
Culture setters.
embody the heart and soul of what the team is now gone, and they're under pressure now. They are regressing as a team away from the Super Bowl. Some of their vet leaders are leaving. They are now with their backs up against the wall, not just players but ownership as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what the response is as the deals start to come in. Who Eric Stokes gets 30 million
What?
over 3 years. Over 3 years,
Oh,
10 million a year.
okay. From who?
The Raiders.
Okay. All
So
right.
he's staying there.
So we're going to go through all of the news. It's really kicked off today, so we're going to go through all of that news. I'm going to go from the start all the way through. Just to say that at some point when the news dries up, because we're going to be on here for, I don't know, 4.5 hours or so, 4.5 hours. That when we get some chance, we've been doing some research on the running backs, especially some of the depth running backs in this class, and we're just going to talk to you about them when the news dries up. But let's go through some of these. I'm just going to say some, and if you want to jump in on any of them, just interrupt me, because I think some of them are not that. So the Broncos signed tight end Adam Trapman to a 3-year contract worth $18.5 million. That's the third highest blocking tight end paid in the NFL. You commented something about that being a baseline for a Cola deal, which I think is maybe not quite. I don't think Cola's going to get that sort of money, but we'll see. The Rams paid Trent McDuffie after that trade 4 years, $124 million, $31 million APY, which is frankly insane. Alec Ingold moved to the Chargers from Miami for 2 years, $7.5 million. The Raiders, instead of letting the Bills release Taron Johnson, the cornerback, they did a 6-7 pick swap to get that contract there. So the Raiders have Taron Johnson now. The Vikings have re-signed Derek Wilson on a 3-year, $22.5 million deal, which seems quite rich to me. It's the first time I've ever said these two things together. Standout guard Ed Ingram has been paid by the Texans 3 years, $37.5 million. I remember when that guy was described as a bum. I'm still not sure anyone in Houston should be getting paid on that offensive line, but never mind. Chris Manhertz re-signed with the Giants, but I don't actually know how much that was. Asante Samuel Jr. went to the Steelers 1 year, $4 million. Bears linebacker DeMarco Jackson back to Chicago 2 years, $7.5 million with a max value $10.5. Terrence Steele restructured his deal, which means he gets about $13 million less, but he guarantees $22 million that he didn't have before. He stays there for in Dallas. Tua got cut with a dead cap hit of almost $100 million, which is going to be spread across 2 or 3 seasons, depending on what they decide to do with it, but they don't have to decide until Wednesday. They say June 1st designation, but you can actually do a restructure along with that, and if you do that, you might actually get to spread it across 3 years. What else have we got? Jags paid Montaric Brown, the cornerback, 3 years, $33 million deal. Then we had Minka Fitzpatrick being traded from the Dolphins to the Jets for a 2026 7th, and the Jets signed Fitzpatrick to a 3-year, $40 million deal. You made me think of Bonnie Blue without even saying it, which is really annoying.
I mean, that's your problem, not mine. Like, if she's on your mind.
And then Rashawn Gary was traded to the Cowboys for a 4th round pick from Green Bay, which I think is actually a win for Green Bay, which is kind of annoying. 2027 4th as well.
Just very quickly, can we stop with all the joke we're re-signing Marcus Davenport things as well, please?
But it's going to happen.
Stop putting that energy out in the world.
But it's going to happen. It wasn't even me. It was devoted to Detroit.
There's someone in the Terry's in the chat has said it. Terry, stop it. Let's not invite bad juju in here. This is a positive forum today. We have the power of positivity, as the New Day would say. This is a new day for us, and we are going to get it.
Steelers expected to re-sign Cole Holcomb to a 2-year, $5 million deal, the linebacker. Vikings used the low tender on restricted free agent linebacker Ivan Pace. Nick Allegretti re-signed by the Washington Commanders. Jelani Tavai released by the Patriots. It looks like Travis Kelce is going back to the Chiefs. 1 year, $15 million, I think is the rumor, but I don't think that's confirmed yet. Daniel Jones is mad. We found that out today. He wants $20 million more than the Colts have offered, and he has no bargaining power. Long snapper news? Nah, not really news though, is it? Wow, Trent Williams is on the trade block. I thought they were going to cut him. Okay. Alec Pierce then got re-signed, which we just found out about 15 minutes ago. Re-signed by the Colts. 4 years, $114 million, which makes him the highest paid free agent receiver in NFL history. Of course, the free agent, given that the league year hasn't started yet, is very much in inverted commas, which Hannah pointed out before we went live.
It's just a lie.
It's just a lie. He's not a free agent.
Yeah. I swear, have they only done it just so they can do that? Oh, look at us. We got the record. We let him in free agency for 30 seconds before re-signing him.
Olamide Zacchaeus has re-signed with the Falcons after leaving... I can't remember where he was. The Bears. He was at the Bears, and then he was at Washington before that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The Patriots have signed Draymond Jones to a 3-year, $39 million contract, which I think is a great signing for the Pats.
See, I think that's the kind of contract you're looking at, Boy Maffei and guys like that. I think you're going to be looking at something similar.
There's Eric Stokes, 3 years, $30 million with $20 million guaranteed. That's an insane amount of money. And I think that's us up to date.
Yep.
Any comments on any of those? I mean, there's a lot of money being thrown around, but in some ways, apart from maybe the in-division work with the Packers and the Cowboys, fairly unremarkable as well.
Yeah, I am a tiny bit disappointed we didn't get involved in the trade market beforehand. Like, we've got a lot of day 3 picks knocking around this year, and, we're not, God knows, probably not going to use them all. Trade ups and that. To get your hands on people before the free agency market opens is valuable. Like you've seen new deals already been given to Minka Fitzpatrick. They've already bought his cap hit down with Rashawn Gary. They've just got 1 year of guaranteed money to pay him, and that's it. Then they can kind of redo the contract how you would. It allows you a bit more flexibility than getting to the free agency market, then having to bid for guys, and maybe have to overpay as well. I feel like we should have got ahead of it here. I'm really surprised we've not signed any of our own back yet either. In previous years, because we've done free agency frenzy for 3 or 4 years now, we've always had 3 or 4 bits of lines news to talk about by the time this show opens, and this year there's nothing, which is weird because we've got so much work to do. We've got so many free agents who could be good depth here, who we kind of want to keep around, and we've let them all hit free agency. Whether they've wanted to would be worrying, but I would have thought we'd have done something by now.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I am concerned about the sheer lack of news that has come out. Because again, we have a ton of work to get done, and outside of re-signing Bates on a tender, that's been it. And we've let players go, and we've not kept anybody. So unless it means major overhaul is coming, I don't know. But the fact that all our free agents have now hit the market is only going to drive their price up for us, which is not ideal either with our cap situation.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, we're not the most active team in free agency. We're just not. But we've always done something by now. Like the fact
We
that
always
there's
look after our own free agents at least.
Hmm. It's
Um,
absolutely mad. I mean, unless we're going to end up being the people that pay, like in some ways, it feels like the silence is very deliberate. But I think if it was going to be a low key free agency, I think you're right that we would have taken care of our own and said we're done. The fact that we haven't makes me think that they're keeping something under wraps. Like I can't decide whether it's going to be we do absolutely nothing or whether something quite big is coming and they're just keeping silent. Because I think it could be either of those things. They're quite good at being silent when they want to be.
yeah, I don't like it though. Like we were talking about this the other day. Like I know there's trade rumors and everything are out there, but there's been nothing with the Lions at all. All the insiders, when they drop their cheat sheets, what we've heard at the combine, who's after who, all. There's been nothing for the Lions. Like we've not been involved in any of these. I think Jeremiah did his the other day, and it was just like, the Lions are pretty much the only team not mentioned. Like even people on the insiders and that seem to have no idea what we're doing and no indication as to where we're going to go. We've not been linked with anybody. We had that tiny little link with Cade Mays, and I think that was more just a kind of people putting two and two together. Oh,
Mm.
we need a centre. All the other centres have pretty much been paid off at this point, so he's really the only realistic option left. But there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing, and like I say, whether it's by design or not, it would be. Oh, there we go. Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. We knew that was coming.
Yeah, that's been highly touted over the last few days. It feels like a
Oh, how
really, really
much?
bad fit.
There's been talk that he could get up to 15 million. I don't know how well, see, obviously now the thing with the Chiefs is they've got 2 first-round picks and they don't have to spend 9 on Jeremiah Love. Or they've got the impression that Jeremiah Love is not going to be there in the draft. Because if you were to do the two, you would say that you would want Jeremiah Love out the draft because it's a draft pick, not a 15 million a year contract. But unless they decide they're going another way, they're going to need someone next year because Mahomes ain't going to be playing next year for a good chunk of it.
Mm.
So they're going to need a top tier running back. They've obviously had to go out and get him. It just depends how much they've had to pay for it. As it's all coming through now, I would assume it's going to be in the 15 mil range.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be up there. But the problem with it is, and someone said it in our Discord channel. I think it was Tom Wilkinson actually. The optics of it might be great, but the reality of Mahomes coming off an ACL being paired with a running back who's it's not his strong suit to be a pass blocker. Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't feel like a great idea to be relying on Mahomes being able to escape the pocket and scramble like he normally does, because ideally, you take that off his plate for a while, recovering from an ACL.
Yeah.
I think it's put him at risk of re-aggravating that injury. What happens if a big edge rusher comes after him and he tries to run away from it? Like,
And and yeah, and with the Chiefs, it's like, because I'm looking at their cap now. They're 22 million. They've got 22 million in cap to use. Now, obviously, it'll probably be a low cap hit for him this year, but then, and that's without the Kelsey deal going on there. That's going to be a 1 year deal, which is going to take some of that. So, they're spending a lot of money on a running back, considering their cap situation ain't the greatest in the world. Um, oh no.
What?
Apparently, the Lions and Amit Robertson have been discussing a new contract.
Oh, I saw. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I think we forget what a dog he was, not last year, but the year before, as a gritty CB4. If he comes back on like 1.5 mil, 2 mil, and he's depth and not a primary starter, that's fine.
He's not. I feel right now like we're not going to get that sort of deal for him. Like it's going to be more.
Why? Why would it be more? He played badly last year.
Yeah.
This is not the time for him to get paid. If anything, I think he's going to come back on vet min. I don't see him getting any more than that in the league. When he came to us from the Raiders, he was almost off the scrap heap.
Like I say, it's just, and we've got questions over our starting corners next year. So we might potentially need to re-add to that room, and he might potentially have a lot to play, a lot of play time, which is maybe not the ideal thing for us. So, we've got to wait and see with it, but that wouldn't be what I'd be doing. And I feel like we're not. I feel like if they're negotiating a contract, you don't negotiate a contract for vet min. You get offered it.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, maybe when they talk about negotiating, that was what was offered, and he said, "I'll see what I can get elsewhere."
Yeah, and maybe that's what a lot of our free agents are like. Maybe the Lions have kind of undercut a lot of them and said, "Look, this is what we're prepared to offer you, given our situation. Go have a look-see elsewhere," and hopefully a lot of other teams mess up their cap enough with some of these early deals that they can't afford them. So,
yeah. I mean, I'd rather Rock Ya-Sin come back, but obviously he's going to come back with a much higher ticket price because he played well.
Yeah, and that is the problem. Like, like AQM, Rock Ya-Sin, the guys we actually want back, we're going to have outpriced. Because again, we can't afford these 7, 8, 9, 10 million a year guys. We're just not in that. They've either got to be vet min and low, or there are massively paid rookies, or not rookies anymore, but are massively paid draft picks. Another weird one as well. None of the draft picks have been signed. Usually, you get one of them before free agency as well. Brad likes to do the deals for our guys early.
Yeah, he does.
And we normally have at least one of those done by free agency as well. Given there's 4 to do, albeit 2 of them are injured and probably won't get them, you would have thought one of those 2 deals would have been done by now.
Well, I mean, Jack especially. Gibbs, I kind of don't mind waiting, but you'd think Gibbs would get... Jack would get them. But yeah. There's a lot of holes. You have a look at our depth chart. There's so many holes.
Yep.
That it's just worrying. Like, in terms of defensive tackle backups, we just have Levi, who you can't rely on, and Mackay Wingo. There's no Roy Lopez. DJ Reader's gone. So it's just Tyreek, Aleem, and those 2. And that's it. That's all you have.
Everywhere the depth is low. The tight end room needs redoing. The running back room needs redoing. Your offensive line needs starters. Your receivers need depth. Like, we need a new returner if it's not going to be Khalif. And that's just offense. Then you go on to defense. Depth safeties, maybe starting safety. Depth corners, maybe starting corner. Starting linebacker, depth linebackers. Starting edge, depth edges. There's a lot. I want a backup quarterback as well. We need one of those. Just in case. I mean, it can be done. And yeah, we've got a lot of day 3 picks in the draft, so I'd like to think we'd hold on to some of them and then we can sort some depth positions out with special teams.
We got a lot of what picks in the draft?
Day 3.
Day 3. I think it said round 3 then for a minute. I was like, what?
Day 3 picks.
Yes, we have
got day 3 picks where you can find like your special teams linebackers and your depth guys and stuff like that and fill your roster out that way. But you've got to get 4 or 5 holes sorted in free agency and not with run-of-the-mill guys looking in the bargain bin either.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to get to some of your guys' comments in just a minute, but I just saw someone say, what's Levi's contract and can we save anything? His contract is 1.2 million and you can save all of it. So if you wanted 1.2 million back and then be able to sign a vet min guy elsewhere, then you can. But that's
Wasn't it 2.5 million, or is that Pascal's?
Pascal is 1.7.
Oh, I thought one of them was 2.5. I thought it was 2.5 with Levi.
I all I'm going off is over the cap here. So
Let me just check Spotrac, because I swear it's 2.5 million altogether for Levi, but
could be maybe. I mean, over the cap and spot track often have differences, don't they? So
no,
it
no,
could
no,
be.
no. I'm wrong.
There's the first
No,
time for everything.
exactly. You'll never ever hear this again. So it
Yeah,
is
I
what it
heard you
is.
were right. How about it? Right, I'm going to say hey, hi to everyone on the chat, and if there's any
Yep,
questions,
go
just going
for
to
it.
go through those now. So, hello to mile marker 301 to Great Lakes State Guy, Michigan from Chicagoland.
Oh, just very quickly. Bucks are signing their own tight end, Cade Otton. So that's a tight end off the market.
That's probably going to come at a pretty good price tag as well, I would have thought.
Apparently, it's a big contract as well.
I would have thought 15, 16 mil APY, something around that Travis Kelsey amount sounds about right for K. Dot, especially because he's a bit younger and he's been somewhat productive.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, I very much enjoyed Chicago the couple of times that I've been there, but yeah, I mean, they are the enemy. Hi to Terry Perry, to Lisa De Lorenzo, to Terry. Yes, we're both fine, thank you. Great Lakes guy talking about Decker. Um, do, do, Terry Perry talking about it being a business, and you can ask players to take a pay cut for sure. Trippy Gypsy said culture time within a year might be a business, but in Monty's case, don't say things like you'll be a water boy if you then cry because you lost carries. I will say, no indication that David Montgomery threw his toys out the pram or did anything other than just say, I'd like to play. Which I think, given that if you're going to say, you're allowed to say, can you please take a pay cut, I think it's also reasonable to say, you're paying me a good amount of money to do not very much, and I'd like to play. I think both of those things are just reasonable things to say. So I'm not going to throw any mud in either direction there. I think what we, as much
Look at
as,
Alex. Look at Alex and how Alex went about it. He's not done what Alex did.
yeah, absolutely agreed. We have got also Anthony Fitzpatrick in there. Who knows who that is? La da 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 da. Why is Kelsey still worth $50 million a year? Says Terry Perry. Well, because every now and again, he's still an absolutely game-breaking tight end. He may not be that consistent player who beats everyone in the regular season, but in the playoffs, there's still no better tight end in the NFL, really, and that is kind of what counts. Lisa says we have too many holes to be silent. Are we talking about Bonnie Blue again?
There was a joke about having so many holes to fill by men, but no.
Yes. Paul Air Walker is in the chat, says it has been an oddly quiet period for us. Agree. Great Lakes State Guy in Michigan says we'd be doing backflips in the parking lot of work if we did get Linderbaum. If we get Linderbaum, while it would be an amazing thing, I don't really want to be the first team to give a centre like 4 years, 100 million. I think that would be a lot. I really don't want that. Vented says Kyler and Tua found new homes yet. If not, what teams do you think they'll fit in? It looks like
Tua's Atlanta.
Tua, yeah, Tua's
Tua and Atlanta are very highly, because obviously they've got a lefty there who's going to be
Kyler
on
could be going to
nothing.
the Jets, right? That's the rumor.
Kyler's been talked about the Jets, but also who else was in on Kyler? Someone else is in on him as well. I don't know. Oh God, what am I thinking of now? Was it the? I'll have to come back to me. But someone else has made a late push for him apparently. But I would expect the 201 might get done pretty quickly. It makes sense for them because I don't know if Penix is fit to start next year, but Tua kind of goes there and does the whole lefty thing. They don't have to change the scheme or the protections or anything for a left-handed thrower. And then Penix can come back and fight it out with them. I think Kyler's been mentioned actually to the Vikings. I've been seeing Kyler to the Vikings a little bit here and there.
Hmm.
I probably wouldn't mind that. We've always played well against Kyler. Kyler's like the one rushing quarterback we've always had. Oh, 3 years, 43 million for Kenneth Walker. Gets
14, just under
28,
14. Yeah.
yeah, worth up to 45 million, gets 28.7 guaranteed. So,
So he
I
gets the
mean, that's
first
a
2 years of his deal guaranteed, basically.
basically, and then probably have a team option in the third year, in which case
That's
they'll
a
extend him or
huge
cut
amount
him.
of money for someone who they couldn't put in on passing downs because he can't pass protect, which is why Charbonnet was getting so much run. And we think of Charbonnet very, very highly, generally speaking. The tandem of them were really, really good. But Walker
Mm.
is Walker's an exceptional running back, but he's not a three down guy.
No, I think the Chiefs have struggled having a consistent runner on the team and a healthy, durable runner. I think they value that more than any pass protection bits there. They'll probably just get some pass protecting back in for him for third downs. They might draft a guy to do that. You want a home run hitter who can run the ball first and foremost, rather than worry about what he's like in protection. You're definitely not signing him for that. You're signing him for his big playability and the fact he's just been an MVP in a Super Bowl. Um, I always find it. I don't like signing massive contracts with guys who've just won Super Bowls. So we don't have a good history with that. It's like, is the desire still there? I prefer guys who've not won one, but I mean, it's good for them. And I imagine the contract will shake out where they're not paying him much this year, and then it just sort of goes up, and then the guaranteed runs out pretty quick, and they'll just redo him or cut him, whatever. Because their window will probably be down if he is. It's interesting Kelsey's gone back for 1 year because Mahomes ain't going to be there for most of the year. I don't know when his predicted play time is back, but I don't know. You just feel like you ain't going to be playing with your buddy for most of it, unless he's going to do another year after that.
Mhm.
But
Hi, also in the chat to Carlton Wood, to DC Smithers, to Bob O'Lan, to Hannes Granbom. Sorry, Hans Granbom, probably. Contrapastan also. So, one question we've had, and for you, is from Hans Granbom. Edge, centre, or left tackle, which one do you believe is the highest chance of us going for after a splash in free agency?
Edge, probably. I think you'll look in the Boye Mafe ranks where you'll probably get someone like that potentially. I think center's just too. There's Linderbaum or then there's Mays, and I think people are going to be shocked by how much money Cade Mays makes. I'm surprised they didn't go after Aaron Brewer, given the Dolphins are having a fire sale. Um, oh, Jalen Watson's gone to LA. Wow, that's two KC corners gone to the Rams. They're taking the Chiefs way out of it.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, sorry. I reckon Edge will be where they go, and it'll probably get one of them mid-tier guys. I just think the centers are going to be too expensive at this point. I would rather try and get aggressive with those two falls and secure someone like Jake Slaughter or something like that, and bring them in and work with him if the money's going to be too much for the centres. Not having Biadish and McGovern on, there's just shot the market up in value. There's so many people looking for teams. You've seen what the Packers have had to pay Sean Ryan to stay there. Like he's almost 13 mil a year or something like that, which is crazy. So yeah, I think it'll be Edge. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd be there with Edge too. I just don't think that Sense going to come at too high a price to be a splash. I could see us getting someone not very good for quite cheap as depth, but not as a starter.
and yeah,
There isn't anyone available at left
and
tackle.
no, and as I say, with left tackle again, we haven't fielded a left tackle this century who wasn't drafted by the Lions in round one. Um, Going back to Jeff Packers. Jeff Packers, Riley Reef, Taylor Decker. Those have been your three left tackles this century, all drafted round one by the Lions. And if
Come on
Penny
down, Monroe
and if
Freeling!
and you know, even if you go right tackle and you move Penny across, Penny is a round one draft pick.
Yeah.
The Lions believe in drafting their own franchise left tackles, and that has spanned multiple shitty generations of GMs and stuff. Even the bad ones went out and got their left tackle in the draft and developed them for entire careers. So I think there's little to no chance that a tackle comes, a starting tackle. I would like to see a depth swing tackle try and get in the building in this cycle in free agency, but not a starting caliber tackle because
Mm-hmm.
there's just not that many knocking round when all's said and done.
People saying that this contract for Kenneth Walker kind of defines what Jameer Gibbs might get. What do you think Gibbs will get in a new deal?
15 mil a year. Good luck. Jameer Gibbs is
No, but
probably
that's what I'm that's like you
Jameer Gibbs
can't.
is
Yeah,
Jameer Gibbs is slated to get $22 million a year. I think it is currently. You're looking 3 years, 66 million, something like that. That is gonna blow because it's Gibbs's ability as a pass catcher as well that's gonna separate him and is just Laramie Tunsil is staying at Washington, so they're out the left tackle business, which is good for us.
I mean
Two
Tunsil was just
years,
traded to them, wasn't he?
or was he?
I think
Oh,
so.
two
Or
years,
am I going
60
mad? Oh no,
million.
no, that was last year. I'm being an idiot.
Yeah,
Sorry.
2 years, 60 million contract extension, 61.5 million in guarantees. Oh, they've invested big time in him.
Yeah.
And Jalen Watson has got 3 years, 51 million with 34 guarantees. So they have paid
Wow.
out 154 million to Chiefs cornerbacks this last week, which is insane. The Rams are going all in now. They realize this is Stafford's last year or potentially last 2 years, and they are just pushing every chip in to go win this thing right now. But sorry, yeah, back to Gibbs. Gibbs, you're going to be looking if you get 22 million a year, you're going to be lucky. If you get sub 20 million, you'd be dancing. You'd be dancing. You're just not
Yeah.
going to get him any cheaper than that.
Well, if you think about the production he provides, especially this season when we started actually featuring him as a receiver out the backfield, some of the games he was playing, he was getting between like 8 and 12 targets or catches a game.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jalen Phillips agreed to a 4-year, 120 million deal with the Carolina Panthers.
Fuck
80
me!
million in guarantees. Jalen Phillips gets 30 million a year. Oh, hang on. Who had him in there? Jalen Phillips. Has anyone got him going to the Panthers? Nope. And no one had him. We've got a challenge going on. Yeah, no, none of us even came close to that. Highest APY was 24 million by you. So you get that point.
Hey! Let's
Gee,
go! I
Buzz.
knew he was going to get big
Panthers.
money.
That is insane.
Yeah, so anyway,
Crikey.
going back to what I was saying, if Gibbs gets 8 to 12 targets in half the games that you play this year, one, do not go after. Why did we go after Tesla? Because those
Yeah.
receptions just aren't there for anyone to have. Two, it kind of allows you to wait for Samuel Porter to come back because he can be that additional pair of hands. But three, it means he's as valuable as a wide receiver. He just is. So it's absolutely fine to pay him 22. That's significantly less than Amon Ra. It's significantly less than Jameson Williams. And you know what? He's touching the ball more than those guys. In some ways, Gibbs is more valuable to us than any of those people I've just mentioned.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So his value to us is immeasurable.
Yeah.
He's gonna break every running back record except Barry. Like he will be the second greatest running back in the history of this franchise when all is said and done, and you have to pay those guys what they are. Let me just see. It's so looking at contracts for that. So 30 mil a year on average for Jalen Phillips. That is insane. That puts him eighth in the NFL, just above Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I didn't see that much coming. Oh, I mean, sorry, let's just have a look. The 80 million in guarantees as well. So that signifies what, 3-year deal, expensive fourth year. You would think Colts are sending Michael Pittman to the Steelers. Good God, everything's going crazy.
What?
Michael
What?
Pittman has been traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is an
Okay.
Adam Schefter tweet. Why? They've just paid Alec Pierce 120 million and then they're getting rid of Michael
Well, I
Pittman.
guess that's the reason why they're doing it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They can only afford to keep one.
What do you reckon? What's the comp? Come on. Comp man, what do you reckon?
Second round pick.
Second round pick.
What do you reckon?
Hang on, let's have a look. NFL draft value chart. I need to see what picks that Pittsburgh possess. Pitt have 21, 53, 76, 85, 99. Oh, bloody hell, they've got 5 picks in the top 100.
53. I think it's going to go for 53. A
A
late
late
round pick.
round pick swap.
What?
Gordon Bennett. Does he need a deal? This is going crazy.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
What? What on earth is happening? Is this...
Michael Pittman is a bona fide good receiver.
Gordon...
I don't understand. I'm not going to understand, but I don't understand. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Shit. Great Lakes just said they just used a transition tag on Daniel Jones as well. That is a lot of money that they didn't account for before.
Oh, yeah. How on earth? A late round pick swap? There's got to be something else in there. Like, that can't be it. All right, we are in loop here. This is why I love this day so much. This stuff happens all over the good lord. And still nothing from us. 45 minutes in.
We're 45 minutes in already. God, it's flown by.
Yeah.
Really has flown by. Paul Air Walker says it's mad. Terry is not high on Lomu or his teammate. Fair enough, but the teammate is the one you want to look at. Lomu's not. He's not for me, but you really like the teammate, don't you?
Farnu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Farnu to death. That is daylight robbery.
It is. Pittsburgh are doing bits.
How? You know, I just say, well, why the hell are the Lions not in on that? But we don't need a receiver, but still at that value, I bloody well would.
Yeah, you would.
I would. I'd find some way to make it work. Like for our pick swap. Even if it was only for a year, you've given up nothing. There must be a deal coming up there that they're gonna pay him so much money. Unless it's
I thought he got paid already. I think he's being paid.
Is this God? So if the Colts keeping Daniel Jones means they've had to trade Pittman for nothing.
Yeah.
When they could just get Tua or Kyler or someone on the free agency market for vet min. Oh my days. I don't even trade. Yeah, no one's put in the cut. What it's like a 6th for a 7th. Good lord. Where was Michael Pittman picked? Was he a 3rd round pick or a 2nd?
I think he was a 2nd. He was such a highly regarded guy. I think he was going to be a borderline 1st round pick, but I could be dreaming.
Yeah. Trading Michael Pittman Jr. will open up 24 million in cap space.
Yeah, it's been paid.
Yeah, so it's a cap. I'm assuming to try and open up some cap for them or cap relief.
Yeah, I bet they potentially were going to be over the cap.
The Ravens are signing offensive lineman. Oh, hang on. Dolphins are signing Malik Willis.
Ooh.
Dolphins have signed Malik Willis.
I thought he was going to go to the Cardinals.
The Dolphins have signed Malik Willis, and the Ravens have bought back John Simpson for 3 years, 30 million.
How are the Miami affording that?
I don't know what they're paying him yet.
Yeah, but he's not going to get nothing.
No, he's going to get a lot.
3 years, 67.5 million.
Oh, it is, yeah. With 45 guaranteed.
So that is 22.5 APY, 45 million guaranteed, i.e. the first 2 years is guaranteed.
That's not too bad.
But the thing is, in order to get under the cap, you're going to, with Tua's write-off, you're going to have to do basically minimum amount this year, And then that means the last 2 years of that deal are going to be horrific.
Yeah, but then you'll have Tua's deal off your charts, I guess. So, you can and 22.5 million for a QB is no, is it? And even if you do go bad with him, you tank next year, you get a QB in the draft next year, sit him, develop him. I think it works all right for them. But yeah, you're right. If I'm them, I just tank this year with the amount of dead money they've got from Tua. So John Simpson gets 10 million a year. That's the OL market.
A Great Lakes said, yes, he was an early second, Michael Pittman.
Yeah, I thought so.
Maybe like 34th overall.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad contract for the Chargers, that for the Dolphins, sorry. Honestly, I think that's a good one in the situation, but I wouldn't be trying to win now.
He was rumoured to be getting a lot more. I'm surprised he's settling for
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I don't think the market is as robust as people made out from. I think it's just, agent blowing smoke and stuff like, how the game works.
Yeah, of course.
A lot of players, their agents will, you know, backhanders to insiders and stuff like that. Just put some smoke out there, yeah, this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, you can't really offer him more. He doesn't have the body of work to demand a bigger wage than that. He's been a backup. He's not been, I know he started some games, but he's not had the responsibility of a starter. And when he had earlier in his career, he wasn't that good at all.
Pittsburgh
So
signed Michael Pittman to an extension.
there we go. But they're just swapping late round picks. So I'm assuming Colts have said, "Gosh, you're going to take him off our books and he's going to cost us a fuck ton of money. We'll not charge you as much for him." Because then I guess the Colts would have had to risk losing him and cutting him, which I guess would have cost them a lot of money. So I can understand it, but at the same time, that's just bad business for someone like that.
I've just seen the most brain dead tweet, and it's been put in our Discord. And the problem is, it's Jimmy Liao, MD, who's the doctor who works for Detroit Lions podcast, who I greatly respect. I think his opinions
Yeah.
are very, very good when it comes to injuries.
Oh no. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, was Jalen Phillips worth it for the Eagles? He was traded to them for a third-round pick, played for them for 8 games, and got 2 sacks. Was it worth it? Forgetting, of course, conveniently, they're getting that third-round pick back now because he's clearly going to be the number 1 person when it comes to the comp pick formula, assuming the Eagles play that game,
Yeah,
which we know they
do.
do. So they gave a third, a bit of a delay to get it back, but they'll get it back. Was it worth it? Absolutely yes.
Seen this? Isaiah Likely gone to the Giants, 3 years, 40 million with 47.5 million potential upside. Wow, that's big.
13 mil.
3 years, 40 million.
Yeah,
13 and a bit.
13.3 APY is
Yeah,
not much.
could be up to 60. I mean, yeah. So Kolar should be getting a lot less than that.
So Kolar's projected amount by PFF is $1.2 million.
Yeah. Bears are signing Neville Gallimore, 2 years, 12 million. Don't even know who he plays for. But yeah, Isaiah Likely goes to the Giants. I quite like that. He's going to work well with Jackson Dart. He's going to work very well with Jackson Dart. Who's tight end there currently?
Tight end at where, sorry?
Giants.
They had just let go of Daniel Bellinger, and they had obviously traded away the guy to Miami last year who had retired, Waller.
So Pittman gets a 3-year, $59 million deal.
Well, that's
so
cheap.
19.
That's cheap.
Yeah, 19 million a year. So they've just paid Alex 6? 26 for 19?
26 for 19. Sorry?
Pierce. Did Pierce get 26 a year?
Pierce got 28.
28. And now Pittman's getting 19, so
I think that's a big
cheaper.
difference. I do think Pierce is better, but not by much. And
Yeah.
Pierce is obviously like a kind of speedier guy, but Pittman's a bigger box-out guy, but Pittman has speed too.
Yeah.
Not that I'd rather have Pittman, but I think the difference is closer than that.
I mean, you obviously can't pay two receivers that much, pretty much, in the
We
Colts
are.
situation. Yeah, but in the Colts sitch, we've got
Yeah,
quite a
yeah,
few.
yeah,
We've
yeah.
got we've got quite a few good players still on rookie deals at the minute. The Colts have got a lot of like they've just paid out for Sauce Gardner and shit, haven't they? Um, so yeah, it's
I I did say that there wasn't any tackles available in free agency, but I did overlook the darkest timeline,
what?
which is that we move Penne to left tackle and we sign
Oh yeah.
everyone's favourite right tackle, Jawan Taylor.
Oh, absolutely. See,
Please no.
I'm hoping. So the 49ers are trying to deal Trent Williams. I would think about sending them something like 118, a higher pick than they probably should get for him because it's a salary cap dump, if they eat some of his contract.
They have
If
to eat it, don't they?
a lot of it's, I don't think they've restructured. I think a lot of it's his base.
Don't think that. I don't know.
Hang on,
I'm
where's
gonna
my
have a.
thing? I've got Spot Track up now. I'll have a look where they're at.
He's
But
on the books next year for $38.8 million, of which 34 million is dead.
oh, he's got a 22.2 million base salary, so we only pick up the base.
If they
22 million.
if they trade him, they don't save anything.
No, but they don't want that cap hit.
Yeah, but they can't avoid it. If they trade him, they don't save
Yeah.
anything.
I would send 118. I would give them an offer and send 118 and see if they might be tempted to get rid.
I don't understand why a trade isn't saving them any money.
You probably will. It's just I don't know how the formula works there for them or whatnot.
Yeah, but anyway, 22 million is still pretty hefty, especially since you're paying
For
11
one
million
year.
a Deckers.
For one year, essentially.
Yeah.
At this point, I'd be doing everything I can. Trent Williams and Penei Sewell, like that's your tackles sorted. You can then get a development tackle in the draft um to build up behind Trent Williams and then move from there. But I want a specialist at left tackle. I really do. I just worry about that position next year.
Yeah, I do
We've
too.
seen with Decker struggling that it's caused us a lot of issues this year, and I think we can't afford to be cheap about it. And what's 118 going to get you that that
Oh,
Trent
Trent
Williams
Williams for
does?
a year is going to be amazing.
Exactly. So I would hope we are in on that. For damn sure. And it's just one year of money. So this time next year, money's off the books, or you can put some voyages in, and it doesn't cost you a lot. Um,
Frankly, I think they shouldn't get anything more than a seventh or a pick swap. That's what you're looking at, really. Because I kind of, well, I don't understand why you would cut him because you only saved $4.5 million. What's the point? Why cut him?
they don't want the cap hit.
Yeah, but they can't avoid the cap hit.
Jets have signed Joseph Osai, 3 years, 36 million, 22.5 million
That's a
guaranteed,
massive overpay.
12 million a year for Osai.
He's had 3 sacks a year for 4 years, and he's getting paid.
Yep, on Aaron Glenn's team.
Nah, reclamation project.
Panthers have re-signed a Caleb Evans to a 1 year deal.
I don't think there's many of these deals I would do for me.
You what?
Like all of these deals coming out, there's not a lot of deals here where I'm going, as much as I see the value in these deals for these teams, there's no one yet that I go, I would like to have that player at that price.
No, most of my favorite players haven't gone yet, which is good. It's when the favorites start to go where I'm a little
Yeah. DC Smithers has just said, can we propose to San Francisco Decker and a seventh for Williams?
I'd love that, but I think, by the sounds of it, we've told Decker he can just leave and we're not going to tell him his destination.
But
Although
he hasn't been cut yet.
I'd just tell him to go screw himself. He's going where we want him to go. We've got to stop being so soft with players. I get looking after your players. This team has looked after its players better than any team has in the league, but there has to be a limit. You can't let them dictate what they do and don't do to you
Yeah.
at the end of the day. If Decker Because that gives San Francisco as well. If you trade him, that gives San Francisco something at left tackle so they don't have to plug in a starter right away. So I think it will work well for both teams. Decker gets to go play in the sun for a year. Um, so yeah. Oh, Arkansas legend John Ridgway gets a 2-year deal with the Saints. 6.2 million.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
here's a
nose
college question
tackle.
for you. Who's
Nose tackle.
Tulsa's most impressive alum? Does Tulsa have?
Alum.
Yeah, do they have any good? Have they had any good players historically?
Uh, I was about to say if he meant now, it'd be Elijah Green, the corner. But in terms of their,
Oh dear. Okay, so their best player ever apparently. They've had two first round picks.
yeah, they had oh fuck.
In this decade, they've had two first round picks.
Yeah, I know. Oh fuck's sake.
I'm only bringing up
Oh,
Tulsa, by the way, because I've been playing as them in a video game and not College Football 25, but a different game.
yeah.
Do you want me to put you out of your misery? Because I just looked.
Yeah, go on.
Tyler Smith, Cowboys. And then the
Yeah, that's
previous
it.
year, Zaven Collins.
Yeah, David
I thought that was
Collins.
quite cool. Anyway,
Mm.
still haven't won a
It's
bloody
not been
natty.
traditionally. Tulsa traditionally have sent all their best talent to other teams.
Yeah.
So there are some who started their career in Tulsa.
Mm.
But I don't know if Elijah Green's knocking around this draft or not. But he's fantastic corner. Kingsley Enigbare heading to the Jets for 1 year, 10 million. Jets are going nuts.
They've got money. They've got money to burn.
Yeah,
And they've got picks from the Quinnen trade.
they do.
Elijah Green is just a sophomore.
Yeah, he is. If I remember, he had a really good freshman year. I can tell you, he's on my list because when I did a group of five thing, like best players from the group of five. Yeah, young ones who thought might get traded, who might go through the portal to better teams and beyond to bigger things, and he was in that.
Looks
That's
like
why
he
I
had a
remember
better
him.
most recent year, actually.
He's been really good. I think he's one of those who started since he's a true freshman.
Yes.
He's been awesome. Weirdly enough, most of the guys I had on my group of five list who might go on to bigger things have all gotten to bigger and better things, which was quite fun.
Elijah Green, PFF grade on 809 snaps, 79.3 this year with an 80.8 coverage grade. He had 5 interceptions, 7 passes defended, and a fumble recovery, and 59 tackles with 2 TFLs this year.
Yeah,
Really solid.
yeah.
Anyway, sorry to derail.
No, he's good. Yeah, he's in my little list here of guys I was looking for there. There's some stunningly good DBs come up to the Power 4 this year.
Kingsley Enigbare to the Jets. Did you say? Yeah. Okay.
10
that's one.
million,
That's one I really
1 year.
wanted.
I liked Enigbare. I wanted to draft Enigbare when he first came out, but
Oh.
we weren't allowed nice things.
Whenever
So,
I've seen him play at Green Bay and come in, I've thought he's not spectacular, but he has looked solid with upside. And considering how Gary's played, which is unspectacular and therefore disappointing given how much he's been paid, I've always felt better about Enigbare on that line. I think he's solidly been one of their best edge players.
I remember him because I loved him in the draft process.
You were so in on him.
There were knocks on him. There were some size issues with him.
Yeah.
But they don't seem to have done bad for him. He's worked all right. I know he's done better than Van Ness did, and Van Ness was drafted a lot higher. So I think he might do well. I mean, that's their replacement for JJ. The Jets.
Sorry, what about that? What about JJ?
Jermaine Johnson. Sorry. He's like the Jermaine Johnson replacement in New York.
Yes.
Really athletic, speedy pass rusher who likes to get home.
Question from Terry Perry asks whether the Saints will trade Derek Carr. He has come out of retirement. I mean, I can't imagine that they'll play him, but can a player just come out of retirement? Or I thought the team had to put him on the non-retired list.
Did he? He's just been on. Is he on NFI? Or
no,
I
think he did retire.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and then he said he wanted to come back.
So I don't think there'll be a big market for him. I mean, QB shoulder injury, not really what you want. Not played in a couple of years. He's getting on. I don't really see the upside to him. I mean, someone looking for if I think people are trying to look for like an Alex Smith resolution with him, and I doubt that's there. If you get what I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Titans have agreed to a 2-year deal with Mitchell Trubisky. Damn it, I wanted Mitch here as our backup.
Uh, yeah.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, like it's just a backup quarterback, but I want someone who can come in and at least give us the
And in
thing that we're
terms of
winning
like
games.
complementary skill sets, he and Goff are not massively dissimilar.
No,
Trubisky has a bit more mobility. Trubisky isn't as smart. Has less
yeah.
arm talent, but not a lot less arm talent.
Yeah, but he likes to work in the pocket more
Mm.
than scrambling around all over the place. And when he was protected, he was halfway decent.
Yeah, he wasn't bad in Buffalo.
So my backup now, I know he's not the same, but I'd want Gardner now. Not Minshew mania here.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I just saw the. I'm struggling to keep up with all of this. I just saw the most recent.
Demario
Yeah, Demario
Davis.
Davis is what I was just about to say. I can't believe someone's given him a 2-year deal. He's 37.
Good
2
Lord.
years.
The Jets are just going nuts.
To be
And again,
fair,
we've not even had a small free agent re-signing yet. We got nothing.
I tell you what. People were saying Aaron Glenn, he's had to fire all of his coaches. How much do they actually believe in him? Blah 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 blah. All of the money goes on defense. I think this says they fully are behind Aaron Glenn. They're trying to put his vision into place.
So who's that today? So they traded for Minka Fitzpatrick. They got Demario Davis. They got Kingsley Enagbari. They got Draymond Jones. Um,
That's a
who the
lot.
hell? Who else? I swear they got another one and all. That's not everyone, is it? Oh, Joseph Osai.
Yeah,
So they've the pass rush.
they've
They've
got
really
3
gone after
edges.
their pass rush.
Three
Whereas that's
edges,
why
and then Demario Davis is a coverage and blitzing linebacker who can. Like,
just
come
in
on.
the in the UK NFL WhatsApp. So I've just seen someone say, Jets fans, thank you for taking that dude away from the NFC South. I'm assuming that's talking about Demario Davis. Oh my word. This is all over the show.
It is. Yeah,
Um,
so no news on any of the Lions players going anywhere at all. Not anywhere
Falcons
else,
have
not to us either.
Falcons have agreed terms with tight end Austin Hooper on a 1-year, $3 million deal, or
I'd
three
have
and a
liked to
quarter
have seen
million.
us do that. That's the first one.
Mm,
I had circled Hooper saying that could be a great tight end too for us.
yeah. Oh. So right. What?
To your point, Spot Track made the exact point that Ant did about the Alec Pierce contract.
It is. It's bull. You cannot claim it's the best free agent contract of all time when it's your player and you technically didn't even let him reach it there. They've probably just waited to announce it till 4:01. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Um, it's breaking records. They want to break records. That's what they want to do.
Apparently our sound is cutting out every now and again, but everything seems fine on here, which is quite annoying.
Oh, okay.
Apologies to everyone in the chat.
I know sometimes I wander away from my mic, so it could just be me wandering away from the mic. Um,
Terry says, do you think Alex is going to the Jets? It looks like it rules that out, I would say. I don't think the Jets can sign any more defensive players. I'm not sure that's allowed.
I think they could.
Well, they could. I don't think they should.
They're just gonna if he starts like getting everything now, I'm gonna get mad. Like he starts getting all the ones we want as well as getting all these signs, but obviously you don't want to be in a situation like this where you're just signing a load of randos for 10 million a year, hoping one of them sticks, which is essentially what they're doing. They're just throwing darts with these slightly below middling deals and yeah, hoping that they go nuts.
Many thanks, by the way. I didn't say this at the top, and I think he's gone now. But Big Airy subscribed to Tier 1 for his 50th month on Twitch. Says, geez, I've been at this a
Wow.
while. I appreciate you, man. 4 years. Love it.
God, we're going, yeah,
Thank you.
we're six. It's year six this year. We're celebrating it.
I know. Crazy.
God,
A
that's
few things that you said, by the way. Oh, never mind. No, I've read it and there's nothing massively of
what's
note. We
this?
were just talking about what we were doing before. Anyway, cool. I have a nice little lower third, by the way, for breaking news. I don't know if you've seen it on the stream, but would welcome any thoughts. I'm just trying it out.
Um. Oh, I don't have the thing going. Oh
Oh,
shit.
I mean, that's okay. But I don't know whether you
Yeah.
think it makes the stream look good or not.
Oh yeah. No, that was good.
Cool. Just have to try and change things on the fly as they happen, but,
Yeah,
you know.
I
We
need
don't have
to.
a producer, so...
We need to shout out Grandizer. He's been subbed for 80 months. We've been going that long? Surely not.
No, we haven't.
We love you, Grandizer, though. 80 months is what? 7 years?
Six and a
Just under
half.
7 years?
6.5 years, exactly. Oh, no, six
Oh,
and
is
two
it?
thirds. 6 and 2/3. Sorry.
Oh, right. We're approaching six.
Six,
But
six years, 8 months it would be, and we're, approaching end of 6 years now.
and we didn't always have YouTube.
No, we didn't.
We love you, Grandizer, though. So you always get a shout out. Always.
Vented says he's been subbed since 2003. I mean, that is super impressive.
Hey, nice. Like that. I love that. Love that. That
20,
is
23 years. Hell yeah.
it still just amazes me that people are sub to us in the nicest way possible. I just never expected people to like us enough, so
No, I'm not sure that they still do, but yeah. Never
oh,
mind.
just kind of like, oh well, we've got to help out one poor
Ooh.
podcast, and this
Kenneth
is the one we've done.
Kenneth Gainwell going to the Buccaneers, 2 years, $14 million.
How much?
Kenneth Gainwell, $14 million.
Bloody
2 years. Like, this is a man who got, like, I thought he was going to get like 2.5, 3, not 7 APY. What? Many thanks to Cooldown Rat for subscribing with Prime on Twitch for his 36th month. 3 years.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Appreciated. And also thanks to Hans Nielsen as well. Hannes Nielsen on YouTube for subscribing.
That sounds like the bad guy out of Die Hard.
Hans
Oh,
Gruber.
it's Hans Gruber.
Yes, close.
James Pierre went to the Vikings, 2 years, 8.5 million. That is another cornerback for Amon-Ra St. Brown to retire, which is going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
We always like that. We like to know the next corner that's got his date with retirement because Amon-Ra's going to kill him in a literal sense, not a physical sense.
Terry Perry says, do you think the Willis deal will work out for the Dolphins? Do you think they grab a quarterback in the draft? Very briefly, no, I don't. I think while he showed flashes of something, I don't think he can carry a team on a 17-game season basis. I just don't think that's going to be him. I think he's a gadget. Do I think they draft a quarterback? No, I think part of the point is that they're bad this year, so they draft one next year.
I'm all in on Quinn Ewers still. I'm disappointed they've not given Quinn Ewers a go properly, but I still maintain that Quinn Ewers can do the job.
I think I would rather hitch my wagon to Quinn Ewers, but I do think there's an optics thing where they're saying, oh, we're paying a guy to try and do it, or we're letting our 7th round rookie do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, going for Malik Willis says they're not tanking next year, which for me is a mistake for them because the QB class is potentially going to be a lot better next year for you, and you can reset then with all this dead money on the books. Just clean out the busted contracts, have a down year, take the lumps, and then reset next year. But for whatever reason, they're going to go for it, despite the fact they've given away a lot of their talent. But probably means Aaron Brewer's going nowhere, which is bad for our centre needs.
Huge breaking news. We have a highest paid punter in the league. Special teams matters. The Giants have signed the former Raven punter Jordan Stout to a 3-year, $12.3 million deal. 4.1 APY, now the highest paid punter, reunites with John Harbaugh. And Anzalone's gone. Anzalone's gone to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 2 years, $17 million, 8.5 APY for Alex Anzalone. Congrats, sir. And enjoy it over there. Tampa, one of those teams I always hate playing because they play just like us. Deserved on his part, and thank you for your service, but I am sad today.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to have to update the breaking news now, aren't I? Because that deserves it. And there we go. Oh, that sucks. Carlton says, doesn't Anzalone live in Florida too? Yes, he was a Gator, if I remember rightly.
He was. He was a Gator. And now he's going to be near his Gator home. Reggie Gillen, fullback news. Reggie Gillen gets a 3-year deal worth up to $12 million with 6 guaranteed from the Patriots.
That's a lot higher than Ingold got.
It is. A lot higher.
So
So what's that for
I don't
Alex?
know.
$8.5 million a year. I find it hard to believe we couldn't offer something like that. I would have done that deal in a heartbeat with Alex. 2 years, $8.5 million a year.
Yeah, I don't know. I get the feeling they didn't want to do that at all. I think they wanted to be around 5-6-ish.
What's that Kay Adams thing? Does DJ Reader want to stay with the Lions? We don't want you, DJ. Get lost.
The way he ended things, that's done and done, isn't it?
Just,
really?
he didn't care. He did not care. He couldn't care less. He was waiting to get out the door. So,
I think it's unfortunate because I think I think that the fans constantly giving him shit kind of grated on him. What?
Vikings punter Ryan Wright is signing a 4-year, $14 million deal with the Saints, which includes $8 million guaranteed. Punter's getting paid, y'all.
Punter's getting paid.
Yeah, that money for punting.
Oh. You know Anzalone leaving is a bad thing for us when our Chicago Bears watching friend in the Draft Network Discord goes, thank the Lord, when Anzalone leaves the division.
Yeah.
All right.
Come
How
on,
much
Lions. Let's
guaranteed
just
for Alex?
run.
We don't have that at the moment. We don't have the guaranteed number for Alex.
2 years, 17 million. That's all it says for now. You've got to figure it's probably going to be in like the 11, 12 million range.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just year one. 8.5. It always seems that
Unless
final
they
year is
front-loaded
always an
it.
option year.
Unless they front loaded it a bit. What's the Bucks cap stitch like? Where are they?
Well, they're losing Mike Evans, aren't they? So it's not as bad.
27 million. That's crazy. I love Mike Evans, but at this stage in his career, I'd be loath to give him 27 million. Like, that's apparently what the bidding's at the minute, so it might be even more. Hence why free agency happens as it does. Oh no, why the Bucks?
Grandizer says, are you surprised that he didn't sign with the Jets?
No.
There's 32 teams out there, so I'm never surprised when one player doesn't sign with one team ever, really.
Anzo's never won a Super Bowl, has he?
No.
So I would assume back end of his career we wanted to go to a contender, and Tampa is a contender. The Jets are not a contender. They're a dumpster fire, which is 3-4 years away from competing as a bare minimum. So he wouldn't see it there. So I'm not surprised he's gone to a contender.
Ryan says apparently he turned down more money than he took at Tampa because he wants to be in Florida.
Oh, well, it might be a home thing as well then. I mean, how
Hometown
long's he
discount?
been here? 5 years? 5 years he's been, or 4 years he's been with the
I
Lions.
think it's.
Is it five?
Don't know.
So might have been enough time for him up here.
He has been here since 2021.
So essentially 5 years then he's been here. So
5 years, yeah, and before he was at the Saints for 4 years.
yeah,
But after their Super Bowl.
I feel like he's going to do very well there. The
Yeah.
way they look after their defense, you could figure him being Pro Bowl-esque next year.
He's been paid
Cause,
$27.5 million in his career, which seems
cause,
quite low, but.
cause obviously the Levante David's not likely to go back, is he? So
Is he not?
they're all saying he's going to retire.
Oh, right. I didn't realise that this was actually the moment for Levante David. In some ways, I just thought he'd live forever.
Well, most people seem to think he's on the verge of retiring, so this
Okay.
would signal to me that maybe his era is over there.
Carlton Woods just said exactly that in the chat. Who is he replacing? It's not Levante David, is it? It is.
Well, I mean, obviously Levante David could go back, but it doesn't make sense now. If you're going to invest 8.5 million a year in Anzalone, then unless Levante David's going to take an uber cheap deal to have one final hurrah there. But I don't know what kind of deals he's been working on, so we've got to wait and see. Robert Rochelle going back to the Panthers on a 1 year deal. I had a weird obsession with him during
Yes,
the
he did.
draft years ago. But he's stuck in the league, so hey, I was right, and he was a third, fourth round guy, so.
Hans Granbom asks whether we can replace Anzalone with Leo Chanel. The short answer is no, just because they're not similar players. Chanel is a blitzing linebacker who's a good run defender. Alex is a coverage linebacker. However, Chanel could be our Sam. So it's not a direct replacement, but we could take on Chanel, and he wouldn't be that much money.
Amit Robertson is not coming back. He's going to the Commanders. 2 years, 16 million with 9.3 guaranteed. Good
How
riddance at that
much?
price. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
$8 million a year. I was thinking he'd get two.
Good Lord.
I really enjoyed him as a character on this team. I thought he embodied the way that we wanted to play. Unfortunately, his level of play last year was really bad. Kobe Bryant signed by the Bears. Bears signed
Which
Kobe
one?
Bryant. Safety. Seattle.
Oh, how much? Because he's on our list.
Hasn't said as yet.
Kobe Bryant. No one's had him to Chicago, but the averages are between 6 and 10 million.
I was the highest on it at 10. We're not going to get any of these right, are we, realistically? No, if
No.
anyone gets any team correct, they're probably going to win overall. Come on, let's have a deal. Let's have a deal. Shall we turn our attention briefly to a running back?
If you want to go for one, then go for. I need a whiz, so probably best if you do one.
Well, you can't do one from the toilet.
I don't really want to. I don't really want to. No.
Okay.
I need to go. I need to go. I will be back in a moment.
Right, I'll do Adam Randall while you're gone.
Go for it.
All right, everybody, so it's time for our first running back preview of this class, and it's going to be Clemson senior Adam Randall. Randall's a 21-year-old senior who was born in July, so he's going to be 22 before the season starts. He's a converted wide receiver. Adam Randall was wide receiver from 22 till 24, converted for this most recent season into primarily a running back, although he still did do a lot of receiving while he was in there. PFF grade this year of 72.5. He's 6'3", 232 pounds with 32 and 3/8 inch arms. So he immediately caught my attention because of that physical attributes. You know, we lose Monty, we maybe a bit want to power back at the line. So I'm like, okay, 6'3", 232, running back. I'm interested. Tell me more. This most recent season as a running back had the most snaps in his career with 617 on offense. In the previous 3 years at Clemson, he had 287, 463, and 243. So a substantial uplift there on what he does. 72.5 grade on offense. As a receiver, he was only 48.9 graded, and in pass blocking, not great either, 34.2. It's a work in progress, but as a runner, 83.3, so he did very well on the ground. In terms of stats, he went this year 168 carries for 814 yards at 4.8 yards a carry and 10 touchdowns, and also 36 receptions for 254 yards and 3 touchdowns through the air. In the rest of his career, he had 4 carries for 44 yards, so it tells you how little carrying he was doing, and 48 receptions for 533 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he wasn't really used in his first 3 years. Former 4-star wide receiver too. So I watched one game, the most recent game actually that they played against South Carolina in the rivalry week. He had 24 carries for 102 yards and a touchdown and a PFF grade of 80.6. And in summary, he's a really interesting prospect overall. Much development still to be done because of only 1 year at running back. The pass pro is going to have to come. And since the majority of the Clemson Tigers offense was done from shotgun, there's a lot of under center work which is still going to have to be done. As a runner, he's actually pretty good in short yardage situations where they do kind of convert to being under center offense. Got a lovely first cut and burst of acceleration. He's very adept at what's getting blocked for him. He's got good contact balance. An arm isn't going to bring him down. He's powerful, but he does play a bit high, so he could stand to get a little bit lower and drive forward. But because of how big he is, because of how much momentum he carries, he almost always falls forwards, which is great. The vision is lacking a little bit, but it's not something he's had to do massively through his career. So his vision is still going to have to develop. He does miss maybe sometimes turning a 2-yard gain into a 4-yard gain by, seeing that he needs to make a cut here or there. He kind of just does follow the assignment. Sometimes that's a good thing. Some people don't do that enough. Some people do it too much. Gibbs. As a receiver, very polished out of the backfield. I know the grades weren't particularly great, but the way that he releases, he's very smooth. The route running, I think, is fairly polished for a running back. So, he's got a high football IQ in terms of how he runs his routes. He knows where to set up in terms of being a zone, how deep to run his routes. I thought that was really nice. And good hands generally, I thought, in terms of being a catcher. Like I said, as a blocker, it's going to be a work in progress. The technique kind of lacks. Sometimes he's not setting himself properly, squaring his shoulders, sometimes to avoid contact. But mostly he gets in the way. He kind of knows where he should be, and he at least gets somewhere. So I think that there's something there that's redeemable. And also, he was both punt and kick returner. So there's going to be special teams value here. And overall, a player of this type at running back who's got receiver chops and being that size, he's going to be someone who you can train to be a pass blocker. You would hope if he can, he's going to absorb a lot of that. And actually, that could really, really work if you can train him up to be that. If he does all of that, he's a potential 3-down back. But until then, and given his vision issues, he's probably going to be a day 3 pick. But I could fall in love with him at the low end of day 2 or the high end of day 3 somewhere in round 4, just because the ceiling's going to be pretty high. He's a fairly unremarkable cat right now, but just with the physical tools and the fact that he can be a runner, I'm really, really enjoying that. So, interesting person to watch. I think that there's a lot more to come with him only doing it for 1 year. And I don't know how much you've seen of Adam Randall. He flattered to deceive as a receiver, but I think actually as a running back, he's kind of shown NFL chops, even if there's a lot of development still to be had.
I can't add a great deal. I've always found him to be very boring as a running back. His career got off very slow with Clemson, but I can't really add a great deal about him, so I will leave your analysis with him there.
Fair. All right. Kobe Bryant, 3 years, $40 million, which means that the spoils are going to go to the person who had the chops again to put the highest amount as the APY on the board, and that would be me.
Another punter's paid. Dolphins punter Jake Bailey has got 3 years, 9 million.
Ooh!
Doesn't say who from.
Lion signing! Lion signing! Cade Mays is a Lion. Cade Mays is a Lion. Wee woo, wee woo.
We've got a centre. There we have it. The centre is here, Cade Mays.
Wow. Okay, I can't believe that we've signed him. And also, $8 million a year. That's very doable.
No Tate Ratledge at centre as well. Oh, thank God for that. I am very, very relieved about that.
That's fantastic. That's a lot of people's number one pick for free agency was getting that locked down.
That's centre done. That's one hole.
$8 million that would keep Ratledge where he is. That's great for longevity. If you're Juice Scruggs, you're like, shit. But hey.
Well, he's going to be fighting for that left guard spot. That's what's going on there. So
we don't really need anyone else in interior offensive line now because you've got Mahogany at left guard. You just hope for development there. You've got Ratledge at right guard, who's excellent. And then you've got Frazier as the swing guard and potentially swing tackle. We need a starting left tackle. But really, otherwise, I think offensive line is kind of set.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, hang on. We need a left tackle.
That's yeah. Apart from left tackle, the offensive line is set.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That when I said something big's going to come, and that qualifies as big for us, I think. And effectively, because it's 14 million fully guaranteed, that is a third-year option like all of these deals are. But given that it's 2/3 of the deal would be about 16, 17 million, so there's a slight discount there for the Lions on the guarantee. We're going to be with Cade Mays for the first 2 years, and then it should look quite attractive to trade or cut.
It's crazy. Money's so low
compared to the rest of the market.
I know he's only had 1 year as a starter, but it is what it is.
All right.
I think he's at least we can do that. We can keep Tate where I'm just glad Tate's staying where he is. I just did not want to move Tate. I was so against that, and we're not going to have to worry about that now.
There's reports out there that apparently teams have been offering Mike Evans 27 million a year.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like 27's the base. You probably might see over 30 million for him. I mean, he's a guaranteed 1,000-yard a year guy if he stays. This is first year he's ever had injury issues, and you're not going to give him a long ass contract. You're going to give him 2 years at most. So.
He's always had injury problems in the last 3 or 4 years, but he's always managed to play through them. Apart from last year, I would say every year it felt like it was a bit of a battle for him to get to 1,000 yards because he was being hampered.
Yeah,
but he's always played through it. I am going to go and get a beer because, well, that deserves one, that news. That's the best news we could have had so far. So,
no worries.
That's great. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
I'll hold the fort. 1, 2. That's too long. You could get back here. Yeah, that's good, and especially cap-wise as well. That allows us to keep going after guys that we want. We have to be, we got to be honest. We can't be complacent now. Like, this is the start. There is still a long way for us to go at this point. Still a lot of holes we need to fill, but obviously centre was one of the big pressing needs here. We've now got the guy on a very friendly deal going forward. Matt says we can now focus on tackle in the draft, which should hopefully solve our line for next year. But Mays, Ratledge, and Sewell on the right-hand side of the line is a damn good place to start. hands goes, that opens up pick 50 for an edge. You can go either way now, but yes, it does open it up for an edge. It wouldn't surprise me as well if they tried to trade up a little bit as well to get the guy. Actually, congrats for getting a set. Appreciate it, Grandizer. Where did Mays rank on free agency centers? I'm not sure. I mean, a week ago, you'd have probably said third or fourth. Um,
I
you
can tell you
know,
what PFF thought.
what?
Give me a second. He was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but that includes Graham Glasgow, who's obviously gone.
Yeah.
He was
What?
201 on the free agency list, much higher than Lloyd Cushenberry and Luke Fortner as well.
Yeah. Um, hmm. Carlton's wondering about the contract in relation to Glasgow.
Mm.
I think it feels like he's cheaper than Glasgow, isn't it?
No,
Well,
I think
Glasgow's on
Glasgow
about.
was about 8 million, I think.
Oh, okay.
I can have a look for you if you like.
Yeah, well, what, you got 8.2. It's roughly the same, but I think
Glasgow was on 3 years 20, 6.7 APY.
so it's a little bit more, but I think because Mace has played at centre and done it recently, um, yeah, you're at. Oh, Nick Falk's gone to the Falcons. Falk on the Falcon. Falk on the Falcons. It's going to be a tongue twister.
Many thanks to Contrapastan for sending out 5 Roar of the Lions UK gift memberships. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Congrats to all of you who received that gift membership. Clay Larson, Jane Doe, Megan Aussie 12 Croker, who's our Seattle friend, I believe.
Yeah.
Nick L and Soul Surfer.
Um, Obviously not a nice day to be a Seahawks fan watching some of your Super Bowl team go, but you can't pay everybody, so
I mean, once you win a Super Bowl, everyone can just disappear, can't they? You've won, who cares?
it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I would take going all in on this Lions team now, winning the Super Bowl, and then watching loads of them leave. I sometimes think our fans get to, I think they'd rather players get paid than us actually win anything. There was like, oh yeah, but it's about getting your guys paid. It is, but it's about winning as well. Sometimes think people would rather sacrifice a Super Bowl just to say we paid so many players from our draft classes. You've got to be careful with it.
Great Legs says we like this, and I don't know Mays well. He
I'm
hasn't
just
played
glad.
much. Yeah.
I'm just glad we've got someone who's experienced at centre recently. I just done well enough to get to free agency and make some money. Is he like the sexiest pick? Is he going to be Frank Good? No, he's probably not even going to be. He's probably going to be like 2/3 of what Frank was, but being 2/3 of what Frank was is still a bloody good centre. So, see, we've just been spoilt by having Frank for so long that it's kind of like no one was. We were never going to get better than Frank. Let's put it that way. Even if we got Linderbaum is not as good as Frank. So,
No. But I think Frank is up there with some of the best centres who've ever played. So it's going to be hard to live up to that. But Linderbaum is not that far away, but he's got to do it for the next 5 years.
yeah. And now teams that are in on him are in trouble because their safety net has now gone. There's no one else in there right now unless you're going to trade.
Yeah.
And
The other people who are potentially available still,
well, it's Cushenberry, but
yeah, you
he's,
don't want
he's
to do
wank.
that.
He's terrible.
God, this tracker for PFF's terrible. It says Conor McGovern's still available and Tyler Biadish. They're
Yeah,
not. They've
they don't
gone.
update anything.
Andre James, Ethan Pocic, apparently, are the two people who are above Cade Mays who are still available and active. As the deal for Bellinger comes through, 3 years, 24 million for the Titans,
Oh,
8 million a year
blimey.
for Bellinger's massive money,
Blimey.
huge money.
Yeah, I wouldn't have paid that. I'd rather pay Cole last 6. Yeah,
I think Kolar's going to go for less than that too.
probably, but remains to be seen.
Thanks to Grandizer for letting me know that I can gift memberships as well. I had no idea, but there we go. There's 5, and I'll do another 5 at some point this month.
What, we can just gift them?
Yep.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess
if you're
so,
logged into Raw the Lions UK on YouTube, then on a live stream you can gift it, but you get 10 a month by the look of it.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
All right, we want more deals.
Yeah, it's just oh, spread the love. We're spreading the love, all right. We're spreading the love.
You right?
Yeah. No, just about to say, those talks with Amik at the Combine must not have lasted very long.
Yeah.
How much do you want? 8 million a year. Okay, bye.
I'm sorry. 4 years, 8 mil? 1 year?
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Fair play to Malik Willis for going to somewhere with no state income tax and getting 3 years, 65 mil, or whatever it was.
Well, he's gonna be he's gonna be laughing, isn't he?
And if he shits the bed, he's still living in Florida, so.
And he might have got the Packers a comp pick out of it as well.
Yeah, they'll probably get like a 4, maybe a 5.
Probably it depends on what other deals get done today, but
and how much they play as well.
Yeah.
DC Smithers says, have you seen Breece Hall's tweet? The answer to that will be no. He's on the franchise tag, though, isn't he, with the Jets?
He is, yeah.
Terry says, how are we paying Mays if we only have $5 million in cap space? So there's a couple of answers here. One is the deals aren't done until Wednesday, so therefore we don't have to be compliant until Wednesday. But equally, the team are not required to disclose if they have actually restructured any contracts. So they may have done it already, and we just don't know. So basically, the answer to your question is we don't know that we have $5 million in cap space. We could well already have more than that.
And see, the thing I've constantly said again and again and again is you don't need to do it now. There's no point in restructuring all the money. Let's say you want to do all 3 major ones, Penny, Amon-Ra, and Goff, and you free up 80 million or whatever. If you do that and then you get to free agency and you start missing out on your targets and you suddenly don't need 85 million to go into the year, then you've kicked a lot of money down the can unnecessarily. You know, ideally you want to, because we've gotten by without restructuring so far. Like, we've got no restructured money left on the books whatsoever, which is why we're in this position, and we want to keep it open as long as we can. The second you just start sending it all down the way every year is when you end up like the Saints. If we only need 30 million in free agency, you know, for that, and then freeing up whatever else we need, and we only need to free up 40 million overall, whatever, then we just need to free up 40 million. We don't need to free up 85 million or whatever it is. It's just been sensible. You only restructure the money. You only restructure the contracts when you know you need the money. If you don't need the money, don't restructure it. Just keep them on the cap. Keeps everybody's cap hits lower in the future as well. Unnecessarily, because like with Goff, we don't want to. Goff's getting on. We don't want to restructure Goff this year, next year, and then he's worth a lot of money when he's not on the roster in a few years. So you want to mitigate the circumstances as much as you can. Because just we've not done it yet. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It means they've been sensible about it.
Also, if you have $5 million of cap space, that's enough money to sign Cade Mays because you don't pay them on the cap the APY of the deal. If the deal's structured something like this, vet min salary year 1, because we're paying him an upfront signing bonus. So $1.3 million or something for year 1 as a salary. And then let's say he gets a $10 million signing bonus. In year 1, his cap hit is $4.3 million. Or 4.6 million. That's less than 5.
Yeah.
That's how deals are always structured because of how you amortize signing bonuses. So year 1's always cheaper. We don't have to do anything. So we're all good. we have had a super chat for $10 from Jim Marshall, 1936. Many thanks, Jim. Much appreciated for the question. Asks, what are the odds of Ragnar coming back? Lions emoji. Before we signed Cade Mays, I had the chances at above 0 but less than 1%. With the Cade Mays deal, I believe, unfortunately, the nail is now in the coffin, especially with Decker having moved on as well. It doesn't seem like there's any reason for him to come back.
Sorry, just one sec.
It's all right. DC Smithers says, Jelani Tavai reunion, question mark? I think not, but you never know. Pigs fly as well. Attila says, spoke to several people and the Ragnar ship has sailed. His injury was too severe unless he had surgery to repair. He could have done. You never know. But anyway, I'll ask the question to Ant for the super chat there. Ragnar, any chance he comes back?
I don't think so. My heart of hearts tells me no. I would love him to come back, but my heart of hearts tells me no. Especially when you've gone and got Cade Mays now. If Ragnar was going to come back, you'd get a centre for the future. Because Ragnar will be back for a year or so, whereas Mays is going to be a centre for now. So I wouldn't say
Raiders!
so, no.
The Raiders have signed Tyler Linderbaum.
Oh my lord, how much?
3 years, 81 million. 27 APY.
3 years.
3
Is that
years,
a typo?
60 million guaranteed. 81
Gordon
million.
Bennett.
Oh my god. That makes him one of the highest paid, not just centres. Makes him one of the highest paid offensive linemen of all time.
Yeah.
Flipping heck. That's outrageous amount of money. Tyler Algier has gone to the Cardinals as well. 2 years, 12.
212. That's a good deal for Tyler
Algier.
I know a lot of people wanted him in Detroit.
Algier is going to be an RB1 for someone. Unfortunately, because they brought back James Conner, it's probably not the Cardinals, but never mind.
Yeah. 60 million guaranteed for Linderbaum. Christ.
Fernando Mendoza, though, gets a centre. Who knows what he's doing?
I mean, you know what? Fair play to the Raiders. The Raiders, like, too many rookies come into the league, like, you know, Cam Ward and, you know, Bryce Young, and they're just thrown into a pit and they're not given any help, especially offensive line-wise. They are just thrown to the wolves. I mean, what's that now? The Raiders have got Colton Miller, they've got Linderbaum, you've got 2 first-round picks this year, so you could maybe get another one.
Go left tackle.
Look, Colton Miller was their left tackle.
Oh, I thought Miller was right. Am I in? Yeah, you're probably right.
I swear Colton Miller's the left tackle.
Yeah, I'm sure
We'll
you're
just
right.
get a tackle, or go and get Ioane at 14. Give up Ioane and Linderbaum. I mean, hell, what a great pairing that'd be.
Yeah, you're right.
On your
I'd give you any money to tell me who the starting right tackle currently of the Raiders is.
I wouldn't have a clue.
I have never heard of this person, but apparently it's a 3rd round pick in 2024.
Oh.
I've never heard of him.
Who?
DJ Glaze.
Oh, no, I haven't.
How have we never heard of a 3rd round pick? We've been doing this quite a long time.
Yeah.
I will just say people saying that Cade Mays is cheaper than Glasgow, that's not correct. It might be correct for inflation of cap and percentage of cap, but in terms of just raw numbers, Glasgow is on 6.7 mil, Mays is on 8. So that is not accurate. Great Lake says that's too much for Linderbaum, bummed, but that's way too much. Like, 27 mil APY is ridiculous money.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Paul Airwalker says Glaze question mark. Yes, Glaze. DJ Glaze.
I wouldn't even know what college he was from.
I'll see if it says on here. Raiders, Maryland.
Well, that'll be why. Don't really take much notice of Maryland football.
All Big Ten. It's 2 straight seasons as a
I
3
still
year
don't
starter.
remember him, and plus, you know, I know a lot about the Big Ten. Still don't remember him.
Hmm.
Well, no wonder when they said, "Oh, you know, the Ravens have offered him a leading thing." It's like, okay, it's going to have to be big over that for him to want to leave the Ravens. Because at the end of the day, he probably would have wanted to stay there on a team that could be going to a Super Bowl. But I'm guessing not paying Linderbaum has allowed them to pay Crosby.
Yeah. But, I mean, part of their problem last year was protecting their quarterback.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, Danny Mac's trolling you in YouTube.
What's up?
Danny Mac said, "Why don't you know
Oh
Big
God.
Ten, Ant? Isn't that your league?" Hail.
These vicious rumors about me supporting Michigan have got to stop.
Hail to the victors.
These vicious rumors have to stop.
You have got to go to the big house at some point, though.
Yeah, when a good team play there, so if they ever get Indiana at the big house, then I'll go.
I mean, going and watching the rivalry game is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
You telling me you wouldn't go and see Michigan Ohio State? Come on.
See, I actually would want to go to games where there were players that I liked there. Like, I'd want to go. I don't care how big or little it'd be. I'd want
You
to go with
live
some.
for a hate watch. Don't give me that.
What do you mean I live for?
You live for the hate watch.
I'm not a hateful
I
person.
know you're
That's
not a
my
hateful
slogan.
person. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm not a hateful person. No,
Yeah.
I do mean it in genuine seriousness. If I was going over there watching games, I would want to go and watch prospects that I'd invested years watching and enjoyed and would want to go and see. At the minute, there's no like that on Michigan's roster. So
No. At some point, I'd love to take like a few weeks off, like 2 or 3 weeks off, and try and get around as cheaply as possible, and just me and you in a car driving between college football stadiums to get to the next one. I think that'd be cool.
yeah, it would be. I'd do it around Texas and visit a load of them teams, but it'd be too hot for me. I'd have to do it somewhere colder.
You put up with it, especially for the food.
Bloody well wouldn't.
I can't wait to go and see Tamu. I think that's who I'm going to see in
That'd be fun.
October.
I would literally go and see UTEP though if I got the chance. I don't know. I have a weird fascination with them.
You also quite like UTSA as well, don't you?
I do like UTSA. I would go and see UTSA for sure. I'll go to the Alamodome.
Yeah. I mean,
6 years, no one beat them there in league. That's sort of
that is ridiculous.
Aura. It has aura.
I really, really wish in my trip that I could convince Sarah to go to more than one game, because I could go to LSU, TAMU, and
Why? You're going into Louisiana as well?
yeah, finishing off in New Orleans.
Go to see Tulane. Don't waste your time with LSU. Go see Tulane. That's the fun one.
Well, but we're not going to have enough time, unfortunately. But
it's only just up the road. Probably just as you go in there. So
yeah, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, lower third banner is really nice. New social widget too. Thanks, Contrapass. And social widget's been going for a while, but the lower third banner, I've been looking for some sort of like breaking news banner for a while, and then I saw that one, and I thought that looks clean. The problem I have is that the ticker's broken on Streamlabs for me. It hasn't for Ant whenever he runs it, but whenever I run it, the ticker just doesn't work, which is really frustrating. But I've tried to fix it with them directly, the people who make it, and they can't find out what's wrong with it. So it's annoying.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Chromon said something exciting. Oh no, never mind. We have a ban invader. Let's get rid of him.
Our commander's friends have sending us some questions about Amik.
Oh,
I feel like I'm not he's not sent them yet, but he's going to. I don't feel like I'm the one who should be answering them. I might have to put it across to somebody else.
I mean, I can definitely answer it. That's fine.
It's for his art. It's for an article, but
Mm.
oh, I don't know. I don't have anything. I just think Amik talked a big game and didn't cash that check with his ass as you meant to. Don't write a check with your mouth that you can't cash with your ass. I think that's the phrase.
Sounds right to me.
And he didn't do that.
Tua Tagovailoa's dead cap hit is 1.5 times higher than the entire Miami Marlins payroll, apparently.
Was it 65 million this year and 30 something next year, isn't it? So even next year, you got 35 million on the dead just from him.
Even though he apparently isn't going to get traded, apparently the Jets are in for Brian Thomas Jr.
I was surprised when I saw the trade talk with him. I didn't think the Jags would want to let him go, especially now they seem to be in a positive direction.
Yeah, he had a really, really awkward start to the year. Like, looked like everything had gone wrong for him the first 5 or 6 games. Then he really turned it around down the stretch.
He did. I thought he was really good. So, I don't know.
Kind of lacking a little bit of news after the first kind of flurry there.
What's that first tranche, that first hour or so? But then you'll start. I'd be interested to see if anyone's taken advantage of the new phone call system that they've got in. Whether that's just slowing it down a bit or not, while free agents literally talk to people in person.
Hmm.
That might be that might be a reason why. But I mean, there's been some big ones. I mean, who's gone off the top 10 now? Oh shit. My computer keep doing that. So out of the top 10, mind you, one's different, top 10's are different. So Hendrickson's still there, Linderbaum's gone, Phillips gone, Pierce gone, Rasheed Walker's still on there, Oweh's still on there, Braden Smith's still on there, Franklin Myers is still on there, Alontae Taylor is still on there, Key Walker is still on there. Still quite a lot near the top. Still quite a lot. Oop, Rap's done a new one. Who've we got? Nope, just about Raiders. See, as much as it hates it, I do want to love it for the Raiders, but it does also feel like they've been their usual stupid selves. Like putting so much into a center like that. But I guess you're settled at center for the next 4 years now, so when do we think Brian Branch will return? Um, well, the Achilles. What were they? They were pontificating about week 8 or 9, weren't they? As sort of the time he might potentially be back, or is it longer than that?
Sorry, I've been distracted by the cat.
Just been asked when do we reckon Brian Branch will be back? Or
I think Thanksgiving is the target.
is that yeah? That's about week 8 or 9. Oh, is it later than week 8 or 9?
Thanksgiving is week 11 or 12.
Or week 11. So we're looking at least probably what Aleem did last year, right? You're looking at the same time scale as Aleem back.
Yes, yes. And Branch is someone who relies on his intelligence getting him to where he needs to be, but he still needs to trigger off that
Oh,
foot.
Travis Etienne is going to the New Orleans Saints.
Low key, quite a nice landing spot for him alongside Kamara.
But what they're going to do with Camara now?
He's been restructured. He got restructured yesterday.
Yeah, so his contract is now easier for them to move on from, to get rid of him. So will they try and trade him?
Oh.
He might be on trade watch now. It says let Branch sit the season and get healthy. I don't think they'll do that.
No,
But you are. I think you're looking at the same roughly. When did Aleem come back? Aleem came back about week 10, didn't he? Week 11. give or take. Or maybe, yeah. Aleem and Malcolm both came back in November.
Yeah,
So, yeah, you're probably looking at the same as them. And by the time his 3 week window was up, and by the time he spent a month getting back to speed, you're probably not looking at anywhere near the best version of him until the playoffs. You
yeah,
might have him
at
healthy
least.
just, yeah, you might have him healthy just in time for the playoffs, but it depends what the Achilles has done to him. Achilles and DBs, they're not good friends when they fall out with one another.
I mean, considering what happened this year, if we get to the playoffs, I'm never taking that for granted.
Mm.
We're in a good division.
Wandale Robinson to the Titans, the least kept secret in the NFL.
Yeah.
My only thing is how much is he going to earn there? That's the
Uh,
thing.
I would guess
Because
16 million.
some people have been saying, oh, he might be a wide receiver one. It's like he's clearly not, but
I mean, not stylistically, but in terms of volume, he got over 1,000 yards.
yeah,
Wasn't there that famous stat last year where he was the shortest wide receiver ever to get over 1,000 yards or something like that?
that is quite possibly.
DC Smithers says, who's drafting Jeremiah Love after the Saints and Chiefs signed running backs today?
Uh, I would say, I mean, I still think there's legitimacy in the Titans doing it.
Do you know who I think is going to do it?
Ooh,
Giants.
what, when they've got Scatterboo?
So, I think the Scat's going to stop them.
How do we know if we're getting comp picks already? The Lions get on the comp pick board with a sixth rounder for Alex Anzalone. That might just be.
It's only if we don't sign other people to replace them. So obviously, because we signed Cade Mays for the same money as we signed Anzalone, that probably rules each other out. Terry Perry says the Bears. I think they're picking too far down. Love's going to go top 10 no matter what.
Yeah. I would say the Titans. You've got to take all the pressure off Cam Ward,
Yeah, that feels right.
and
But what's their
you've got
offensive
to.
line like, though?
I mean, they've invested. You've got Skoronski on there. Um, in terms of you, so that's at least one position done up. I mean, what have you got? You got Dan Moore at left tackle. You got Zeitler still at right goal. You might have Latham at right tackle. It isn't the best offensive
But
line.
that's not. They have invested, you're right. It's better than I thought.
Yeah. So your left-hand side of the line's fine. If you bring Zeitler back again, that's fine. And I don't know about Latham. I don't know how he's doing there. Um, Good for him if he is. But you've got to look after Cam Ward. You can't just put the game on him. And you want to get a cheaper weapon there because what's his face? Oh, Kyrus Tonga's gone to the Chiefs. 3 years, 21 million with 14 million guaranteed.
The former chief?
No, he was a Patriot.
Okay,
I think he's always been a Patriot.
fair
It's
enough.
good money for him.
Yeah.
3 years, 21.
Terry Perry says KC should take him if he falls to them. I just don't think he will. There's a few people who I think are top 10 locks.
Wandale Robinson, 4 years, 78 million, 38
Oh.
guaranteed. So
19.25? 19 and a
it's
half?
basically, call it what it is. It's basically 20 a year.
Yeah.
That's
It's a good chunk of change for a wide receiver too.
Jahan Dotson is going to the Falcons, 2 year, 15 million deal, up to 17, including 10 million fully guaranteed.
He's done well considering the start to his career.
He has. He has indeed. Starting to pick back up again now. I'm getting that second little wave. So Chiefs, that puts Tonga with Chris Jones.
DC Smithers says Ty J. Spears is already at the Titans. Ty Spears, much as I love him and I am invested in him for fantasy purposes, that is not stopping you investing at running back.
No, I think you want to put a because remember the Titans had Henry for so many years. They wanted a workhorse, do it all running back. I think Pollard's a free agent, isn't he? If I remember
I
rightly.
think you're right.
So he's
He's
going to
someone I
cost
wouldn't
money.
mind bringing in if he is.
Yeah, he's going to cost money though, I reckon, after the season. He's had a decent season there, but I think you really invest in your running back room. But at 4, maybe it's a stretch. Maybe they trade out to 7 or 8, if someone wants to get up in that category to snag someone higher, invest yourself some more picks, because ideally Tennessee are not going to compete this year. So, what have you got? You've got Washington at 7, New Orleans at 8. Sure, they'd want to get up to get some talent on their rosters. You could theoretically trade back and snag a second or something and carry on building your roster and get your running back.
Hmm. It's weird. I can't see him on the free agent list, but I can't see him on the
He
Tennessee
might not.
roster
He might.
either.
He might not be. Um, he might not be. I thought he was though, which is why I thought they were. I thought they were thinking of getting Love so that they didn't have to pay Pollard and maybe even upgrade on the skill. Um, are you now Dr. Claw, Matt, with that cat?
I mean, he is ripping shreds into me. That is true. Got very sharp claws. Damian Pierce is still out there.
It just stroke him and go, "Good evening, Mr. Bond."
I've done that a few times. He's
Oh
such a lovely
dear.
cat, though, despite having claws that dig into you.
Fucking hell, excuse my language. 4 years, 52 million for Travis Etienne.
What?
$13 million a year for
There's
Travis
no
Etienne.
way he's earned that.
Good Lord.
You wanted Najee Harris, didn't you? He's still out there at the moment.
13 million a year for Travis Etienne. He's earning just a smidge less than what Kenneth Walker is.
Terry Perry says, "Do we think Freeling's going to go top 10?" The hype would say so. I think he's going to fall back as you go towards the draft a little bit. I think he might go just before 17. What?
Oh, NFL memes. Put up a Geno Smith signing with Wendy's thing and it made me laugh.
Hmm.
Um, sorry, what was the thing again?
Monroe Freeling, where do you think he's going?
See, I put this in Discord yesterday. In the path to the draft, narratives take hold and narratives go wild and then narratives change. Because it does content right, you've got to have new mock drafts, things have got to change. Oh, I'm hearing this. At the minute, there is an uptick on offensive line. Because some of these deals that have been getting handed out in free agency, everyone's gone, oh, well, teams are going to go to the draft now and they're going to draft their tackles high and we're going to see a big move on them early. So they're trying to cram as many offensive linemen into the first round of their mocks as possible to reflect that. In a week, like during the combine, it was safeties. They were trying to run as many safeties into the first round as they could because the safeties did really well at the combine. But you don't see that anymore. The safeties have gone back to how they were before. It's the offensive line's turn at the minute. It'll be somewhat different when we come there. You'll probably see a run on corners just before the draft starts and be like, oh yeah, let's put 8 corners in here. We're just going with the ebb and flow at the minute. I don't seriously think so. You've got to be top 10. You've got to have the production in your career to back it up. I don't think he's had the collegiate career to back up a top 10 pick. He's got the athleticism and the intangibles and the potential, but if you want to go top 10 as an O lineman, you've got to have the tape as well. I just don't think he has it
No,
in
I
enough
I agree
volume.
with you, but I think something like 12 to 15 would be the right sort of range.
DC Spizzer goes, Kyrus Tonga's contract could be the price of Roy Lopez's. No, thank you. 3 years, 21 million. I'm not paying Roy Lopez 7 million a year.
But how much would you pay him?
I'd pay him 5, maybe.
Not a huge difference.
I won't pay him 3 years either, because
No.
again, we've drafted Tyleek to be that guy. And I know
Yep.
you need a nose. I know you need a proper nose tackle and you need nose tackle depth, but I'm not paying my depth nose tackle 7 million a year.
But I would do 2 for 12.
2 for 12 with what, 8 million guaranteed or something, maybe, but I wouldn't do 3 years or that much. And plus, you've got to wonder whether you'd keep it up. It's like the amount of guys who've come in, done well for us, we've given them deals and they've fallen off. Charles Harris, John Kaminsky, all those types. Their
Yeah.
deals looked pretty good at the time, and then they ended up being, ooh, maybe we got caught up in the whim of the moment. Because he's been decent, Lopez has, but if that's his market, I'm not really sold on that. I don't want to be I don't want to be in on that. The Saints are signing David Edwards, the guard.
Hmm.
Not saying how much money yet. He's on our free agency frenzy board. So who had the Saints? Nobody. I don't think anyone's got one right so far. For the record, we had 15. Well, I drew up a list of 15 free agents amongst some of us in our Discord, and we've got to predict where the player's going and how much average per year he's going to get. So when you hear a few of these go, then that's what we're talking about. The Saints, though, why? You need to rebuild. Stop trying to be relevant. I don't know why they just don't hit the reset button.
It's not part of their DNA.
No, it's not. It's because the QB situation is not stable.
I think Shook showed enough
In
that you
fairness,
want to give him something
yeah.
to work with, but
In fairness, Mickey Loomis's diabolical treatment of their cap ends next year because most of the veterans they'd invested so much in are gone now. Like, this is the last year they've got major debt
and
to
they've
that
let like
free agent.
Demario Davis go and
Yeah.
people like that.
But they got like 50 million involved in players who aren't even there this year, like 3 players who aren't there. That's how grossly negligent he's been with that thing. But Saints in 12 months will be in a better situation, but you're still
Oh,
not trying to
50
go
is
for
not
it this
even
year.
close. 50 is not even close.
What do you mean?
Well, the total sum of their dead cap is 66.
Oh yeah, but I
But
mean over a certain group of players, there's
yeah, so Derek Carr, Ryan Ramczyk, 48 and a half. Just the two of them.
yeah.
Tyron Matthews, another 7-2, so that gets you to 55.
And that's, and if guys like on your 4 years, 61 million for David Edwards, so that is 15.2 for a
Pink,
guard.
Pinky or Bobber asked, do you guys think the interior is all good now, or are you still looking for a better left guard? I think that Mahogany needs to continue to learn. I still want to give him a chance, so I wouldn't be looking for anyone. And frankly, if he can't make the grade, that's why you have Miles Frazier. So, no, I'm not looking for an interior offensive lineman at the moment.
See, this isn't a cop-out, but I need to know what we're doing at left tackle first. If you've not got a stable left tackle next year, then I'm a bit worried about having him there. If I've got a good left tackle in next year, a veteran who knows what he's doing, or if it's Penny, I'm more inclined to keep him there.
Hmm.
I don't want to do it if the left tackle position's unstable or we're playing Manu or something like that.
That's fair.
Um, and at the end of the day, even if you did go ballsy and get Ioane, as some people are suggesting, then Frazier and Mahogany become your depth. They're not bad depth to have on the team.
It'd be fantastic depth.
Exactly. Um, so it depends how the draft board falls, but like we've got too many.
Ooh, sorry.
That
Raiders
just
continue to spend 3
that just
years,
came.
$35 million, 23 guaranteed for wide receiver from Minnesota, Jalen Naylor. Jalen
Holy.
Naylor to the Raiders for 12 million APY.
Oh wow.
Raiders are spending big. They do have a lot of cap space, but yikes.
You've got to be careful how you use it. Remember the Jags when they had that ungodly amount of money a few years ago and they spent it on wide receivers?
Well, the Patriots had 120 million a couple of years ago.
If anything, it's worse. It's worse to have more money because the teams rinse you and then you get stuck with these contracts. Right? When you've got so much free cap like that, you want to be in a situation where you've got a ton of rookies to pay.
Yeah.
Because at least then, your money's going into a decent product to someone you've developed, not otherwise. Oh, I don't know. Saints, though, 15.2 million on a guard. That just seems excessive. I'm not sold on that deal being great for them with David Edwards, unless they're going to play him at centre. Oh, Lord.
That was meant to be like Gary Neville, by the way.
Oh.
You know the Gary Neville commentating on Fernando Torres winning the Champions League when he rounds the keeper. That.
Yeah, I get that.
Grandire's asking if I can do that again. You can rewind it if you want. I'm not doing it again. Not until we get another big deal.
That can be you've got to what do they call it? Redeem points on Twitch, and Matt'll do it. Points redeem on Twitch. That's what we can do. If anyone's on Twitch watching, then redeem some points on Twitch. It's weird seeing Kairis Tonga be labelled as a defensive tackle / fullback.
Why?
Because he plays fullback sometimes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
That's what he's listed as. He's like a hybrid. God, Naylor gets that. What will Daubs get? I imagine Daubs will get something similar.
Yeah, you'd think so.
I know he's got the injury history that maybe Naylor doesn't. Jets have agreed to terms with David Onyemata on a 1-year, $10.5 million deal. The Jets continue. Jets are just buying themselves a whole new fucking defense.
New defense. It's insane.
That's basically a new defensive line. 3 edges.
But I guess this is what happens after when you have that trade. Sauce Gardner's off the books. They traded for Tavondre Sweat as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Giants have released a Scottish Hammer. It's a shame. Anyway. Yeah, there's not a lot surviving from that, but they've still got all of the same corners, and that's a problem.
Unless you figure they're going to go that route in the draft and he's going to get guys in there that way.
I guess. But they can't go with their first pick. Corner. I wouldn't have thought so. Would you go Mansour Delane with their first pick?
Where are they picking?
Jets.
Second.
Yeah. You can't pick Delane at 2, surely.
You can pick Caleb Downs there.
Yeah, you can. Oh, there's a horrifying thought.
What?
Downs at 2. That'd be incredible.
And Aaron will want his superstar DB.
Yeah, I mean they just traded for Minka, but you can put him alongside him.
Yeah, Minka and Downs instantly becomes one of the best safety pairings in the league. Healthy safety.
But then the corners they've got in front of him, Azare Thomas, who's Brandon Stevens, who's okay, and Jarvis Brownlee, who I really like, but is still not showing what you want him to show in his young career.
No. There's still obviously a lot of time left yet, so they could go corner a bit. Excuse me. Jets still need a QB. That's the critical thing. The Jets still need the guy under center. It's all good having this team, but they've got to get a guy to sling the pigskin for them.
They've got the amazing combination of Kenny Pickett and Aidan O'Connell starting. So
hey, don't you be nasty about Aidan O'Connell.
He's not even the starter. They're saying Kenny Pickett. I like Aidan
Yes,
O'Connell. I thought what the Raiders did to him was a bit shitty.
it was. It was very shitty. Um, it was incredibly shitty what they did to him.
Mm.
So Onyemata gone to the Jets. That's more dead cap on the Saints books because he won't go back there and they can't rework it into a new contract.
Yeah, so the Saints rebuild's kind of happening.
I guess it sort of is, but again, you don't spend over 15 million a year on a guard if you're rebuilding. It's not and 13 million on a running back.
I think they're pivoting towards just being a team that cares about offense. The defense is going to come very cheap, and they're just going to have an identity of offensive line, running backs, and let's say if Shook can get to something through the air. And just hope
Yeah,
they can score enough points to win games, which I don't think is the worst idea.
no.
Saints have always been a team since I've been following the league where they've had their identity primarily in their defense. And it feels
Yeah.
like they're pivoting away from that.
Mm. No, you're right. You're right. They could do. Yeah, because you don't necessarily think of superstar wide receivers there, do you? Or superstar tight ends, apart from, hybrid man. Um, I'm still waiting for that Marcus Davenport is gone tweet to hit like crack.
Should I just repost the Lions re-sign Davenport post and see if
Don't
you
you
notice?
Yeah. No, no, I'm shielded against it now.
Okay.
So, you can try and hurt me, but that'd just be mean. And to be honest, someone like Davenport's not probably going to go for a few weeks yet. Like, teams are going to get through their entire edge depth chart before getting down to guys like him and go, yeah, we're probably going to do that. So we probably won't hear much. Are there any of our free agents you surprised not have gone yet?
A lot of them, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep. Let me
Who are you
just have a
surprised
look.
hasn't gone?
I'm surprised that someone hasn't signed DJ Reader yet, to be honest. I think that's someone that someone could have plumped for. With all the
I feel
sacks he
like he's
had,
going to end up. I feel like he's going to end up back in Cincy.
yeah, potentially. I'm surprised that no one signed Al Qadim Mohammed yet.
See, the edge market's not really gone. There's been no Boy Matthew. There's been no Quitty Pay. Sort of there's been the cheaper ones like an Ibari, but that tier. There's not been a Hendrickson's not gone either. So people are holding firm on the edge market at the minute.
Rock Yasin, I'm surprised hasn't gone anywhere yet.
I'm surprised we haven't re-signed him. Unless he's just
Um,
gone, screw you, I want more money. But he shouldn't.
yeah. Actually, that's probably it. Maybe I'm low-key surprised that Malcolm hasn't got a deal somewhere.
Again, us, I don't know why we've not just given him a vet min and said, look, come back and we'll pay you.
Yeah, but maybe if it's vet min, he'll get vet min somewhere, so you're not having to jump for that quickly.
No.
Grandad says Aidan O'Connell, the other AOC. Who's the original AOC? I don't know who you're talking about. I don't do politics. La 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 ha 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 ha.
No, we are a politics-free show.
Which is hard because I absolutely love politics. I stay up for every UK and US election all the way through until like 8 a.m. It's terrific. But
Especially given all the hate that Americans are throwing at the British at the minute. It's very hard to keep your tongue tied, but we've got to for,
oh, you
it's
keep
sport.
your tongue tied every time you're around.
What the hell was that?
That is Red Dwarf.
Oh, yeah. I kind of feel bad now.
You get your tongue
Should've known
tied
that.
whenever you're around.
See, I 100% Grandize has watched Red Dwarf. He watches British stuff like
It's
that.
one of my favourite shows ever made.
Yeah. 100% Grandize has watched Red Dwarf. And if he hasn't, then I would recommend that he watches Red Dwarf because I think he would enjoy it very much.
Anyone who eats Vindaloo for breakfast has got my vote.
Is that just your t-shirt slogan?
Yes.
Anyone who eats this.
Grandizer says, have I got a politics channel where I watch politics? No. No, no one wants to
You
watch.
always were flirting with the idea. Well, I know when we first started this, you flirted with the idea.
I did, but then Sarah convinced me that, much like being a member of parliament or a representative, if you enter into the political sphere, even as a commentator, all you do is annoy people, and the really fanatical people will try and find out where you live, and it's not worth doing that.
No, after seeing what happened to Sam Monson for giving his MVP vote recently, it's like, yeah, if it can happen over a fucking MVP vote, then
And he's Irish. We're English. It's a very different kettle of fish.
yes. Of course, Grandizer has seen Red Dwarf.
That's former Roar of the Lions guest alum, by the way, you just mentioned there.
Who? Red. Who?
The PFF guy, former PFF guy,
Oh,
Irish.
Sam Monson.
Yeah,
We have had a Sam on before, haven't we?
we have had Sam on, which is amazing. We haven't
I
had
think
him on.
if you care that much about you should care that much about an MVP vote. The art of debate is dead. People can't come. They just come and insult you now. If someone ever comes at me on Twitter or something and just insults me, I will not debate with you. If you want to come and give me a reasoned, nuanced argument as to why you disagree with me, I will. But it's dying.
Jim Marshall says, just a reminder, it's America's 250th birthday this July the 4th. It has been rammed down everyone's throat every single NFL game of this most recent season. Given what this channel is, don't think we haven't missed that. But I would just like to say this to you, and I'm sure you've probably seen it from other British people whenever it's talked about the War of Independence. British people could give less of a fuck. We just don't care.
And let's not pretend like you did it all on your own. It was 4 countries gangbanging at us at once. You had help from the French, the Dutch, and Native Americans as well. 4 of you ganged up on a little tiny island.
And the French.
I said the French,
Did
French,
he?
the Dutch, Native Americans, and the Americans.
Probably the Portuguese probably got involved as well, I would have thought.
That's what I mean. We're a tiny little island who had an empire that covered 3/4 of the world, and we're getting gangbanged by 4 countries in one little area. It's very tough to win something like that when your army's spread over the planet, but I digress.
But I mean, it's like when one of your own free agents signs with another team. You just say, well, actually, I think this is the best for both worlds. To be honest, in terms of what's happened for our 2 nations, I think the separation was a good thing.
It was. We got to keep our tea, and they got to keep their stuff.
Evangelical Christianism.
And in seriousness, as a historical point, at the time, I don't believe all the oil and everything had been discovered over there. Britain considered it to be barren in terms of resources, so that's why they didn't put much into trying to retain it, whereas India was. How we came to rue that, because they'd not discovered oil or anything like that over there before we decided that. Plus, it's a very big country. It's a very, very, very big country. You can't exactly spread your forces over a country like that and be like...
It's amazing that America is as big as it is and it has the smallest population as it does. If you think about the fact that the UK isn't even the size of Texas, and the US only has... Yeah, only has 4 times the population, but it's like 15 times bigger.
But if you took like the populations off the 2 coasts, then it just wipes it out. Like that middle 80% is barrening.
Yeah, you've got the Midwest and you've got Texas, and otherwise, well, actually, all along that sort of southern coast of the US as well, there's quite a lot of people, but
yeah,
like there's not a lot of people in like Montana.
This is the final year of vet benefit in the CBA. The player gets twice. Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I think someone was just used as an excuse to put Will Harris in the chat to wind me up. But, you know.
Everyone's favourite player.
No, it's... Again, I don't want to have this. It's like Will Harris left and then Marcus Davenport arrived. So it's just like... I got no break from being a hateful person, and I'm not a hateful person, so, you know.
And did Will Harris arrive when, like, Coleman left, maybe?
I'm gone. I can't have been the only one who didn't like... In fact, I didn't even hate Coleman. It was just his contract. He was healthy.
His first year was very, very good.
Wasn't even a bad contract. Well, sorry. It was a bad contract. If he'd been on less, I'd have been fine with it. I would have had it. I didn't really have any issues with anyone from that prior thing.
Jamie Collins was a bad deal. Very bad deal.
They were all bad deals, pretty much. Danny Shelton was one of the worst. Danny
Oh
Shelton was one of the
wow,
worst
yeah.
D tackles we've ever had. Just lazy. Was it him and oh, Angon? I will know was the one. Who was the one who was with him? The one I pissed off on. His goons came after me on Twitter because I said something about him.
What?
Nick. Oh, hang on. It
Oh,
was who was the D
Nick the
tack?
Dick, yeah.
Nick Williams.
Nick Williams.
Nick Williams. Oh God, that's an original one. Nick Williams.
God, I
I,
couldn't remember that.
I said something about him, and some one of his goons, one of his followers, put something. And they all piled in, just been like, "Oh yeah, yeah." It's like he's deliberately got like roving gangs of guys on Twitter trying to defend him. Nick Williams was, yeah, Nick Williams was the original hate figure. Then it was Will Harris. Then it was Marcus Davenport. This is not a lineage I want to carry on. Like I just want to love all the players, but it's just sometimes not. Oh my word, Mike Evans is signing with the 49ers. 3-year deal to go to the 49ers. Trent Williams got to be gone now. They can't be giving this dude like 30 million a year and then paying Trent Williams as well. Mike Evans is gone. He's
Wow.
gone to the 49ers.
And that is a great landing spot for him because him and Purdy doesn't have the best arm, and Evans isn't a field stretcher. He's just the best wide receiver in the league, probably.
Oh, Nick Ludlam's going to be delighted.
Yeah. Oh my God. Tyler Linderbaum's APY is 50% higher than the next highest paid centre.
What's it like compared to Penny? It's got to be bloody close.
I can tell you in just a second.
Because Penny's deal was 3 years ago now, so that's got to be. Oh, it's got to be close.
But Penne's deal hasn't taken effect until
No, but
this
it's
coming
APY.
season.
Its APY's got to be a bit lower than what you'd expect for a left tackle now.
28.
So he's got the same APY as Penny.
What a deal
Good
that Penne one's
Lord.
looking like now.
Tyler Linderbaum. Steelers have signed Jamal Dean on a 3-year, $37 million deal.
Carlton Wood asked whether Brandon Ayuk is still at the 49ers. Yes, but he's about to get cut.
Yeah, man's definitely about to get cut.
And probably cut for cause, which means I can recoup some money from him as well.
So is it the same APY then, Tyler Linderbaum and Penny Sewell?
Yeah, 28, I think. Oh no, 28 and 27, sorry.
So wait, Linderbaum's just a little less.
1 million less, yeah. Great Lakes guy says, I do wish we had cooler accents. The Americans are so varied with their accents that I don't think you need to have cooler accents in that way. It's just you're American, so you hear it less than other countries. But
What, he wished we'd have cooler accents.
no, they have cooler accents.
Oh, right.
But the variety you get in someone from New Orleans or San Francisco or New York or Detroit, Florida, so different. So different. If you come here, we have that variety in a much smaller space. But
See, considering our country's so small, we have so many varied accents here.
yeah, it's insane. I mean, you're so different to me, and yet in terms of distance, we're probably about the same distance as like LA to Texas.
I'm basically. I'm basic British. I used to have a Derbyshire accent, like a big one, but I feel like I'm a bit more basic British now. The 49ers were originally slated to pay $27 million for Brandon Ayuk this upcoming season, but they voided the guarantees, and now it's gone to Evans. I'm assuming that means Evans is going to be up in the $27 million per year then, because that's what
that's what he apparently was asking for. So I won't speak about my accent because I don't think it's a good idea to do that.
See, I kind of like have my posher speaking voice when I'm around friends and that, when I'm around people. I say it with you, but I'm on my pod, so I'm a bit more posh. But my language does degenerate around when I'm in a more relaxed environment.
I can go a bit farmery sometimes if I go
It's
into
because
deepest, darkest Somerset.
I've worked in rosettes like in my life. You've got to be posh. So and plus my granddad insisted I spoke properly as well because he was a grammar school kid and you speak properly and whatnot. So I've kind of learned to speak properly when I need to, and then just be a complete, you know, complete savage when I'm not. Tyler Linderbaum is resetting the centre market by 50%.
Danny Mac.
No
Sorry,
centre's ever going to get paid again.
no. Danny
It's just
Mac
going to.
says, I do not sound, no way I sound anything like a Scouser. Yes, you do not sound like a Scouser, Danny Mac. No way.
I've never heard him, so.
Danny, you're from, was it Kent? I think you live in Kent. Apologies if that's wrong. Sorry, memory failing me. It's been a really long day of work, and then we've just done a stream for 2.5 hours. Also, this doesn't feel like
Dare I
2.5
say
hours.
he's ripped me with the Michigan stuff, so I'm going to say he's a Millwall fan, so he speaks like. Blah,
The fuck was that?
I love you, really, Danny.
Oh my
But,
god. What was that?
you prod me with the Michigan stuff, then, I don't know.
Grew up in southeast London. There we go.
Oh, I'd be closer to Ryan then. Proper Cockney.
Yeah, but Ryan's North London, though, isn't he?
Northlander. He's like, yeah,
He's
ultimate. That's what Americans think British people are. Is what Ryan is.
Yeah, I agree. All right, governor. You are all right, mate. The thing is, whenever I imagine Ryan, I've got to do the shoulder shake when he's all right, governor.
Yeah, yeah. You just do, don't you?
Ryan asked whether we want to have the 2024 and 2025 International Fans of the Year on the show, by the way, as well. I thought we could do something individual with them at some point.
Yeah, that'd be good. So Kobe Bryant's deal altogether is 3 year, 40 million with 25 guaranteed. So good chunk of change Chicago have given out for safety. Obviously not paying Brisker, so or Bayard at this rate. No, neither of them have gone back. Although I think probably Kobe Bryant is an upgrade on them. Although I'm not going to be sad to see the back end of those two. Feel like we've seen everything. What we again, I'm so shocked we've not bought any of our guys. We've made no low level moves.
Yeah, I think we're offering lowball things, and they're just waiting on this to see if they get.
No, Devin Bush is going to Chicago.
That's a big chunk of change, though.
3 years, 30 million. That's basically the same contract they gave to Tremaine Edmonds.
No,
Terrell Edmonds. Sorry,
Edmonds was getting a lot more than that.
No, he wasn't, was he?
Mm-hmm.
He was on about 330. That's about Terrell Edmonds' range.
Nope.
At least it's not Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd's not gone anywhere yet, and I'm glad. I don't want Devin Lloyd to end up in the NFC North.
Not Terrell Edmonds. What's his name?
There's Tremaine Edmonds.
Tremaine.
There's Tremaine, and they got two in the same year, didn't they? That's the year they splurged.
So I was
really
thinking of
big.
Tremaine. Sorry, were you thinking of Terrell?
No, Terrell got the 3 years, 30 million, I think. I think Tremaine get more.
Give me a second. Oh, Terrell Edmonds is a safety. That's not his name. Who's the other safety linebacker on the Bears? He's still there, isn't he? The other linebacker.
Yeah. He got about 3 years, 30 million.
TJ Edwards?
TJ Edwards, that's it, sorry.
So TJ Edwards got 3 for 27.
I'm not that far off.
But you didn't say the right name, so I didn't know who it was.
Sorry, no, that was my bad. I admit.
So I was thinking of Tremaine Edmonds. He got 3 for 57.
No.
It's
Um,
19.
there is quite a big fan base over here, Great Lakes. I'd like to think in some part due to us over the last 5 years, but there were quite a lot of people over here. Anyhow, it's just we've managed to organize them into something a bit more than everyone just been isolated all over the
I've
place.
tried. I've tried doing like fan meetups and stuff, but they
There's,
don't
there's,
come out a
there's,
lot. But when
there's
when you
yeah,
go to London, you go to Wembley for a London game. There's a lot of Lions jerseys about.
yeah. There's a lot of great fans over here.
Mm. I completely agree.
All
It's a big fan base. I'd say we're like in the scheme of things, we probably have an average size fan base compared to the rest of the league. But if you have a look at some of the successful teams over the years, we've never been that. And the teams that have been successful over the last 30 years, 40 years are the ones that have the bigger fan bases. So, like Miami, New York, Giants, Patriots, Kansas City, the Raiders.
and ours know what they're talking about as well.
A Lions
Like
fan is an educated fan.
ours are quite educated. Again, I'd like to think in some way it's a little bit down to us and helping. You know, we do NFL stuff, we do college stuff. People are a lot more aware of what goes on over here. Like, especially draft wise, more and more people are getting into draft stuff now,
Mm.
and they know what they're talking about.
I mean, there is
So
a full-time UK employed college scouter based in the
mm,
UK who we've had on this show, and he's a lovely bloke, but
he
you
is.
know,
I just
couldn't
wish
do
it
it as
was
a job.
me.
Yeah, well, one day, man, one day.
One day we're gonna break that thing.
Jim Marshall asked whether there's a lot of Jags fans as they play here almost every year. I would say they're probably a lot of people's second team,
Yeah,
and
because you get to go and see them. Like you get to see them play twice this year, so of course you're gonna go and see them a bit more, aren't you?
I do think that they probably have one of the bigger fan bases now because of the inertia of that. But I think it's almost reluctantly.
Yeah. So it's saying here Mike Evans is a six-time Pro Bowler. Has Mike Evans never been an All-Pro? That's crazy to me if he's never been an All-Pro. He's probably going to be one of those where he's been around, but every year there's been like one special talent that's got the All-Pro nod, but he's consistently the guy who's up there. I can't believe he doesn't have a single All-Pro.
Yep, no All Pros. One Super Bowl
None.
championship, six Pro Bowls.
That's crazy to me. Again, he's like Herman Moore. He's just been consistent his entire career. Obviously, he's been better than Herman overall because he's won a Super Bowl, but he's just been the
Well,
model of consistency who year in, year out is one of the best at his craft, but because there's new flavors of the month out all the time. Like Justin Jefferson comes along, and then Jamar Chase comes along, and then CeeDee Lamb comes along, and everyone
yeah.
looks at the shiny toys. They don't see the toy that's been there the entire time that's stayed with them through hook or by crook. You think of some of these guys who've come up and gone down in Mike Evans's period where they've peaked and then they've gone and he's still there. That's crazy to me.
So we've had this discussion on Luke G's channel before, so I presume the answer is the same. He has been a second team All Pro twice, but you don't count that, do you?
No.
No.
You've got to be a first team all pro. Like it's yeah, in like for Pro Bowl and stuff, whatever, Pro Bowl alternate, fine. But for something as for me, you're an all pro or you're not. If you're not good enough to be the top guy in the league, then you're not an all pro. It doesn't count. It's the same in college when they do their all American teams. Like I don't count a third string all American. Why aren't you an all American? Why aren't you first team all American? You know, it's and I get it can be a bit harsh, but especially you know, it doesn't matter for him. He's going in the Hall of Fame regardless. Mike Evans is. I don't think there's a debate about it. Like this, his consistency over his career has been insane.
Mm.
He is literally probably my favorite player who's not a Lion. He has been for years.
Yeah, you've always loved him
He's
since we've
just
done this.
he's just everything you want in a player. He doesn't cause no drama. He's incredibly gifted at what he does. He's never complained about having other people who get more love around him. He's never complained about the accolades and that. He's just gone about his business. He's the ultimate professional. That could work really well for him in San Francisco. Hopefully not to our detriment though.
Mm.
I don't like the thought of playing the 49ers with Mike Evans. I've
No.
never liked playing against him.
Great Lakes State guy in Michigan asks whether we're going to Germany to see the Lions. Several of us over here have already booked our hotels. Whether we get tickets or not, who knows? We do have someone who can get tickets, and we're going to try and apply to be media. Whether any of that happens, I don't know.
Attila, you better be joking. This train is getting old now. This train is getting very, very old.
Stop falling for it then.
Yeah, but I just know that I don't get stuff that I want in life. I don't get stuff that I want in life. I want it gone. I'm not going to get it. I'm going to get one more year on a vet minimum. I'm going to have to put up with them again. And there's going to be Edge 2. We're not going to get no more edges. And they just go get injured before the season starts. They'll go, oh, we've got no edges. It's just my life. And the way it is. Um, That's
Oh,
like with the draft. I will never have one of my favorite players drafted to Detroit. I don't like Detroit-based players, apparently.
FanDuel are such good trollers.
Why?
20 mil APY for Mike Evans.
Jesus, that's well down on what was predicted. He's taking a massive pay cut to go there.
But I would say with Mike, is it a 3-year deal or is it going to be 2 years and he retires and therefore the third year is just for salary cap purposes?
To be honest, it could be a case of if theoretically the 49ers won a Super Bowl next year, he might retire then. He might just be going till he gets one more ring and then he's done.
Yeah.
So he could go there, get a ring, opt out early. The 49ers probably wouldn't mind. That's a cracking deal for them.
Yeah.
So, and this is what kind of annoys me a bit. Like, I want to be in the window now where people want to start taking discounts to come and play with us. I know really 20 million a year for a receiver is not a discount per se, but you want to get in that window where players come to try and ring chase with you a bit, and it doesn't feel like we've got into that phase yet where like higher leverage, higher name players are going to come here, take discounts, and come chase a ring with us. I want us to be in that phase.
Danny, I'll inbox you in just a second. DC Smither says Dave Paquette says the date for the Munich game is November 15th. I don't think it's been officially confirmed which date it is yet.
Insiders say Evans wanted a program he believed in. I get it. When you get to that age, you want to be with a team that's going places or that's ready to compete. You know, you want somewhere that's ready to compete. And the 49ers are that. Comp update there. So that's a good chunk of, well, mind you saying that. The top free agents disappear depending on who you ask. Who's left? Trey Hendrickson is still left. Rasheed Walker is still left. OA is left. Braden Smith is left. Franklin Myers is, I'm surprised he's not gone. You think of defensive line prospects, there's not many around, and he's like one of the only ones at his position at the top of the board. I'm surprised he's still there. Jalen Watson's gone. Willis has gone. Walker's gone. Devin Lloyd. Surprised Devin Lloyd hasn't gone. Lightly's gone. There's only about 8 to 9 of the top 20 from ESPN left. It's gone quick. Usually you still see quite a few of them knocking around at this point.
Mm. Yeah, Evans not believing in Tampa anymore. I kind of get given how long he's been there.
And sometimes I think you need to
Just have a
change your
change?
horizons,
Yeah.
don't you? Yeah, you can get too you can get too comfy somewhere, and you've got to, sometimes you've got to re-challenge yourself. And to be fair, it's not like they're struggling for receiver talent there. Like they've got some very good receivers who will step up and take the load off for them. You'd assume they'll go and get someone else in the draft as well to supplement him. Sometimes it's just right. And I mean, he's won a Super Bowl there, so he's got really nothing left to prove at Tampa, does he? Apart from being like a And I'm sure Tampa don't really want to be paying him $20 million a year at this stage of his career. Let someone else do it. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame. He's going to go in as a book. Like, let him have some fun his last couple of years and earn one last big paycheck.
And if you're going to go and
Um,
live anywhere in the country, San Francisco's a pretty good one to live in. I know people shit on it now for the number of homeless people around and whatever, but I went there after people said it's all gone to shit, and I thought it was absolutely lovely still. So it's what
I
you're
mean,
used to. It's in the eye of the beholder, all that sort of stuff.
I've given up on media perception of things.
Oh,
Just go and see
This is
somewhere.
people just telling me San
Yeah,
Francisco's gone to shit.
go and see things yourself. It's like
Uh,
every day I see stuff on Twitter saying that, we're not allowed to go to London anymore. It's like, we can. We can get on a train, we can go to London, we're going to spend a day there, and then we come back, and there's no issues whatsoever.
hmm.
Not any,
Or
but it's,
Birmingham. So the number of
yeah,
people in the UK who, when I said I'm doing a Lions meetup in Birmingham for the Super Bowl, said I wouldn't go into Birmingham if you fucking killed me. And I'm like,
I've been there loads.
Birmingham's great.
Yeah,
We've had a night out in Birmingham. It was fantastic.
I've never had any issues there. I used to pass through all the time to go see family, and
It's
I've
people who
never had
get
an issue.
uppity about bollocks.
Yeah, go see somewhere yourself.
Yeah.
Like countries, like when you travel.
Mm,
I travel to countries over, go, don't go there. Well, I'm going to try it out first and see what it's like. I
100%.
want to see what it's like.
Yeah, so going to San Francisco and going to the Mission and Castro districts with lots of the lovely graffiti and the painted streets and roads and stuff like that, and then going and getting amazing Mexican food and just hanging out in the area. It's incredible. And obviously Golden Gate Bridge and stuff, that sort of area with the park is great. And then you've got the sequoias. Um, oh, I'd go
I
and
mean,
live in San Francisco.
it's a big place as well, isn't it? Like
No, no, San
is it
Francisco's
not?
tiny. San Francisco's
I
population's
thought
like
between
a
that and the Bay, it was meant to be huge.
well, maybe the whole Bay Area, but San Francisco itself's population is really small.
Yeah, but if you include the Bay Area in it, like it's quite a big area. It's like quite a big metropolitan area.
Maybe San Francisco's populate. That doesn't sound right. I thought it was a lot lower than that. No, maybe it is 870,000,
Ah.
but still less than a million for that area. That's San Francisco County.
Apparently, Dave Burkett said the game is November 15th.
Yeah, I don't think it's officially confirmed, but I believe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I've booked a
I
hotel
just,
with free cancellation, and I don't have to pay until he goes, so there's no risk.
I'm just praying to life that I'm sorted by then.
Yeah.
I'll sort something out late, but it's
Or
just
like
come
I
at the
said, you can
worst
shack up
time.
with me anyway, and we can split the cost.
Yeah. The Ravens aren't tendering Keaton Mitchell, so he goes on the free agency market.
Wouldn't hate it.
East Carolina.
Yeah, ECU, baby.
East Carolina. That's the Kenny Omega thing, except he's from North Carolina. The only person from North Carolina. I love that. I love that intro he gets in AEW.
Don't think I've watched a minute of AEW, to be honest.
To be honest, AEW had its peak with Hangman Page in the Dark Order against Kenny Omega and the Elite. That was peak AEW. I've not watched it since that ended.
I don't think
But
I've
it was
really
peak.
watched wrestling since the Attitude Era ended.
I go in and out of it. I'm out at the minute, but I'll go back in at some point. Although now I've got Netflix because I've got Netflix. I can apparently I forgot it had all gone on there now, so I can watch it again. So I've started watching again. But I go through in and out phases with it.
I was listening to YouTube Music just on autoplay earlier today, and it came up with She Will Be Loved. Papa Roach.
Last Resort.
No, I just want to be loved. Whatever that song's called. Which it was the theme for Monday Night Raw for a long time, and all the comments are about wrestling on the video, and I'm like, cool. I forgot that was the theme, but it was great.
See
theme tune.
the old pay-per-view themes used to be the best. They used to put a lot of effort into pay-per-views. They don't anymore. Pay-per-view themes used to be the best. Papa Roach are a massive one-hit wonder over here.
No way. No, I don't. No, no, no. I'm not having it.
If you ask any casual, they will only name Last Resort as a
No,
song.
no, no. Scars was big as well.
Yeah.
And I
They're
mean,
closer to one-hit wonder than Big Band over there,
Getting
so.
Away with Murder. Um,
Yeah, but you're talking casuals here, not
yeah, I guess so. But
casuals wouldn't say this. Like, it's all right if you know them and you like them, but
I love Papa Roach. The thing is, they're obviously their popular ones were quite pop rocky, but they're actually reasonably heavy. Like their main stuff.
mm,
Oh,
I'm still trying to get over the fact that Tyler Linderbaum's earning 1 million a year less than Penny Sewell.
yeah.
That's still blowing my mind. Like, Penny's contract is just, it must be the most value efficient contract in the NFL in terms of a big contract. It's just crazy.
I'm looking through all of the Papa Roach songs.
Yeah, and you'll not find one that casuals will know, because unfortunately, one hit wonder y'all over here.
I guess so. Hollywood Whore's a great song. She Loves Me Not's a great song.
They're bigger than sort of Crazy Town one hit wonder, but they're not.
Crazy Town. Yes, fair.
I was lucky enough to see Crazy Town over here.
Right.
They were actually quite fun before, obviously, you know, they'll obviously not tour anymore because he's died, which is a shame, but
I mean, I've seen Wheatus 5 times. They're fun.
I saw Wheatus in December.
They still have one song.
I love. No, they do not. See, this is what Wheatus are technically a one-hit wonder over here, but I could name you pretty much every song they ever did, and
Yeah,
like,
but
act like
what
I
would casuals
loved it.
say though? Eh? What would casuals say?
No, that's what I mean. I can't say they're not a one-hit wonder. They are a one-hit wonder here, but I would argue that they're not. But that's because I know their stuff. Their version of Little Respect is better than Erasure. I'll die on that hill. Or die on that hill.
Mm. The news
But
really has dried up now, hasn't it?
do you want to go through one of Ash's running backs?
Oh yeah.
Let's see if I've got running backs.
He doesn't write it in a way that I would want to read it, which makes it kind of tough. But I'm gonna do my best.
Right, I'm just going to quickly get a drink while you do. So
All right,
I'll be
go on
back
then.
very quickly.
Right, second running back that we're going to cover is Jamarian Jam Miller, the Alabama running back. He's 5'11", 221. He's a 21-year-old senior. Has been at Alabama his entire career. In his most recent season, PFF grade of 66.2. Intermixed with that is a run blocking grade of 75, pass blocking grade of 36.8. Not exactly ideal. Doesn't do special teams. RAS of 7.31. He ran 4.42 in the 40 with a 1.53 10-yard split. Ash watched the game against Georgia this year in week 5, where he had 16 for 46 rushing and 3 for 3 for 19 receiving. He's a 4-star prospect, 4th best running back, and 78th overall prospects coming out of high school. And initially committed to Texas, but flipped to Alabama, played behind Roy Dale Williams and Jason McClellan in the first 2 years of his career, and he took over with Justice Haynes after that in 2024. And in terms of this game, doesn't lower the shoulder in his first reps, which is not ideal against the linebacker. Lined up again as an offset fullback on a passing play. Sees the linebacker blitzing, but doesn't do enough to block, but the quarterback can scramble away. Lined up as a running back, play action fake, does not do a good job pass blocking against the edge. Seeing a theme here already with this one. Has a better pass blocking rep lined up against a tight end. Lined up as a tight end against a nickelback. Again, lined up as a running back, play action fake. Again, does not do enough against a rusher. Then gets a carry, but has meh vision, cuts back inside. In zone against defender in gap, but runs into 3 defenders. Exactly the same on the next play. Then runs a flat route, decent but not targeted. Takes too wide an angle on a run, so when cuts back into open gap, defenders can close by the time he gets there. Has a pass rep, he's into block, sees no blitzes, so heads into the flats, become hot option but not targeted. And pass pro, good rep, sees a linebacker coming, meets him in the hole, able to stop him. Good blocking on an end around play, gets upfield. Good run, bounces outside on a counterplay, beats the defenders to the edge and bursts up the field. Lots of his runs reek of a guy who over relied on his athleticism at high school, never developed or a desire to use his frame to get extra yards. Good block lined up as a tip of nub formation for a screen that goes for a near touchdown. Good catch on a flat route from running back. Could have been a slip screen to him. Gets upfield and gets extra yards. Forced a missed tackle in an exclamation mark. Spins away from a defensive tackle who beats the left guard and gets a few extra yards. Beats left guard. That can't be right.
Ooh.
Ash. Good lead block in pony set for other running back. Second catch, either a check down or blown screen play that gets loss of yards. Good run where he actually gets through the pile and gets into another gear but taken down by the safety. And then final catch, dump off in flat, gets upfield well. Comparison and fit, Ash compares him to Dylan Laub. Same kind of frame, similar kind of career projection in so much as being a bottom of the roster running back who can maybe take a carry or two in short yardage situations. For the Lions, he'd be a practice squad player to see if Trashard Choice could be the one to teach him the basics of how to use frame and speed. Currently the 19th ranked running back and 272nd prospect on mock draft database, making him a priority UDFA. Ash thinks that's about right. While he's got the speed and frame to succeed, his intangibles leave a lot to be desired, especially from someone who's a full-year player at a blue blood program. Millet might even be better served making the transition to fullback, as his best plays in the game came from this alignment. However, a team will likely bring him to camp hoping they can be the ones to unlock the potential, which can clearly be their grade 5 out of 100. So not exactly the most spectacular grading you've ever seen for Jamarian Jam Miller. And I don't know if you've seen any of him.
Not enough to add on anything to that.
All right. I might take a second. Do you went,
Okay.
ooh, do you have some news?
There's just one deal came in while that was happening. Zion Johnson, the Chargers guard, has gone to Cleveland. 3 years, 49.5 million, including 32.5 guaranteed. So basically on 16.8 per year.
That's a huge deal for him.
I love him. I love him. I think he's a great player, and Cleveland obviously need to resettle 5. So what is that? That's 2 they've got now. They signed someone the other day, didn't they? Who did they get the other day? You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do know who you mean.
Oh, they traded for a starting right tackle, didn't they?
Titus Howard.
Yeah, so they've got Titus Howard, they've got Zion Johnson, so that's 2 of their 5 holes filled.
Giggity. Giggity
It's
gig.
32 million guaranteed, so
Giggity giggity
over 3 years. That is that's a good expenditure over 3 years, that is. So yeah, it's the initial tranche has died down a little bit, but that is a good deal. Good deal there. Oh, Matt's gone. You got me for a few minutes now. I'll go through some of the comments while I'm waiting. Please tell me we did not re-sign Davenport. Not to this point. No, we do not. We've not re-signed any of our free agents. It's just Cade Mays. That is literally all the business we've done today so far. So Meek Robertson has gone to Washington. Alex Anzalone has gone to Tampa. That's everything in regards to Lions free agents so far. There's no one else until we hear otherwise. So yeah, just the Zion Johnson news recently. That's a good deal for the Browns. I assume he'll play left guard for them. So that's the left guard and the right tackle sorted. They've just got 3 more positions to go now. Would assume they'll get their left tackle in the draft. Or the right, whichever. I think Titus Howard can be flipped. Yeah, that's crazy. Highest paid centers in the NFL. Tyler Linderbaum at 27 million per year, then it's Creed Humphrey at 18. There can't be such a high discrepancy between positional values as 9 million per year. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Mike Evans to 49 is, yeah, I like that and I don't like it. I love Mike Evans. One of my favorite players in the NFL, period, but that's just strengthened a rival. I don't like the thought of him being in San Francisco. He could do some serious damage there. Darian Kennard to the Packers. That must be a new one because I've not seen that recently. Assuming that's just coming through now. The Lions have put out a tweet and it's about dropping Coney Island orders. Okay, so instead of getting free agents, they're all talking about Coney dogs, as you do. Report: Cape Mays turned down substantially more money from the Bears, opting instead to join the Lions. Oh yeah, that's a parody. That didn't happen. That did not happen. That would be funny though. Um, oh dear. Yep. I keep seeing Devin Bush. I keep thinking it's Devin Lloyd who signed his deal. Former Bears defensive end Dominique Robinson is headed to Houston on a 1-year deal worth up to $4 million. That's a depth piece for Houston there. Nothing major. So in terms of the big free agents left, we're still waiting for um, Trey Hendrickson. Still waiting for Rashid Walker. I'm surprised no one's picked Rashid Walker up yet. I think teams might be balking at the 20 plus million a year contract he wants, but left tackles in the NFL are rare, and he is that. Adafi Owe has not been signed. Braden Smith hasn't been signed. To be honest, I'd like to see him at the Lions if they want to go that way. Move Penny to left, keep Braden Smith at right. Franklin Myers hasn't been signed. Alontae Taylor hasn't. Key Walker, Tariq Woolen, Tremaine Edmonds. They're still in the top 20. Devin Lloyd, Kyler Murray. Murray won't sign anywhere quick. And Romeo Doubs. Still got a lot to go. And obviously, there's going to be all off season for it to happen. But it feels like less deals have happened today than what normally do. Usually, it's absolutely nuts. And it feels like it's been crazy so far, but it's not quite been crazy. Hoping the Browns get a left tackle in free agency so Freeland falls to Detroit. Yeah, that's going to be out. But good news is Washington re-signed Laramie Tunsil today to a big deal, so that probably puts them out the tackle market. So that's one competition gone. Yeah, Devin Bush to the Bears. I always get Devin Bush and Devin Lloyd mixed up. I did. I thought it went Devin Lloyd to Chicago. I was nearly about to have a fit. Paul goes good fit between Robinson and Houston. Indeed, getting a lot of things at once. Have we not had anything else there? I just heard the Discord buzzer go buzz tons. I thought we'd had a big piece of news, but we don't.
Nope, nada.
No, nada, squat. Um,
A big fat zero.
big fat zero. I feel like we might have seen. Carlton goes, R.E. Linderbaum. What was the franchise tag for centers? Not 28 million. That's the best answer I can give you on that one. Um, I'm not sure. I feel like the franchise tag was up near 20. Was it? No, it wouldn't have been up near 20 because it's top
Offensive
five at
line
position. Oh,
franchise
it
tag
classes.
25.8 million.
Yeah, because centre comes under offensive line in general, doesn't it? Which is
Mm-hmm.
wrong. I feel like they should all have their own because centres, the second highest paid centre is at 18 million. I mean, the highest paid centre before this was 18 million. So there's no way a franchise tag for a centre should be over 18 million if that's what the league leader has. It should probably be at 13 or 14, but
Yeah.
they class it as offensive line. I think that's wrong.
Oh my, the franchise tag for safeties has gone up a lot recently. That used to be one of the lower positions, but it's now 20.1 million.
That's Kirby's fault.
Well,
Kirby and Hamilton.
yeah.
Interesting. QB should start to suffer now because Tua's gone. Tyler's gone. Um, they were
Yeah.
three. I think they were like Kirk's gone. So there's still some in there, but you feel like QB market's hitting its limit now because there's only like 10 guys above 50 million now.
Yeah, but normally franchise tags the average of what, the top 20.
Top five.
But the franchise tag for quarterbacks is 44.
Well, it should be top five at the position. Because transition is top 10, franchise is top five. That seems really low for quarterback to be at that. Unless they do for quarterback, they do more. Whatever, it'll go down next year now. You've lost a lot of your highest paid quarterbacks.
Hmm.
You've lost 3 of your top 12 this year.
Oh, wow. Okay. Franchise tag for quarterbacks this year, 44.
Hmm.
Next year, 55.
Oh, unless it's going off what? Yeah, because
Yeah, it's historic.
we've had
So
some big
going
deals
up
in the last year.
25%.
Yeah, it goes in line with what the top 5 is. And that's not going to go down. It's Dax at 60 is what's doing it.
Yeah.
Dak wasn't there at 60 because that's like 6 million above the next deal. That's what's kind of propping it up.
But then you've got who are the other guys who are going to be in that formula? Mahomes is at 50, isn't he?
Yeah, it's
Lamar?
Josh Allen, Lamar, Burrow,
Yeah, Dak and Mahomes. Yeah, that's 5.
I think so.
But that's the correct 5 apart from Dak.
Oh, no. Lied. It's Dak, Allen, Burrow, Lawrence, Love.
Oh, wow.
See, I can't see T-Law being on 55 million much longer of his career. And I can't see Jordan Love getting that money again when he's done.
It's so funny to me that they paid him.
Hmm.
Like, that year that they paid him,
Well,
they were so smug. The whole league was smug about
yeah.
Jordan Love. And how that has crashed back down to earth and they've got buyer's remorse now. I love it. It's so delicious.
Yeah, delicious. So yeah, you got 10, well, you got 11 QBs above 50 million, but now 2 is done, so that's 10. And then you've lost Kyler at 12. And Deshaun Watson will be off the grid next year at 13. Kirk's off at 14. There's actually going to be a big gap appear now. Because 12 to 14 are done after this year, or now. It's going to be nuts. You're going to have a right gap between the top QBs and the lower ones. Franchise tag will be impossible for teams.
I do love the copium of some of the guys who are trying to hype up Cade Mays as being value because what his total contract value is the same as Linderbaum's 1 year, saying how much better can Mays be? Sorry, than Linderbaum can Mays be given the contract value? It's like Linderbaum is exceptional. Like, do not get it twisted. Linderbaum's one of the best centres ever to play. He's not quite as good as Ragnow, but he's not far off. He's a bloody tyrant.
Oh yeah, we've definitely gone for sort of middle shelf. It's
Well,
not
it's only had 1 year starting, and it wasn't an amazing year. I wouldn't say it's middle shelf. It's not bargain basement hunting, but don't get it twisted that this is some kind of vet who's got a lot of starting experience. This is a bit of a project.
It's not Lloyd Cushenberry bad.
No, but we haven't seen enough to know whether it's good or bad.
Yeah. You like to think with a better offensive line coach, they'll really get the best out of him.
You'd hope so. That's what we're betting on. But there's no guarantee Cade Mays works out. It's just, it was the right player at the right price. Whether it works is now down to them.
For the record, Carlton, you're asking what percentage of Linderbaum's of the cap is. He will immediately on his 28 million per year on average. That'll put him up to second highest paid player on the team, above Colton Miller. But it depends what his cap hit this year.
Yeah, that's true.
In fact, no, he's the most expensive player on that team this year. Geno Smith has gone. Colton Miller's cap hit is 22.5 million. The next biggest cap hit is Jeremy Chin at 9.5.
Yeah, but Linderbaum won't be at 22 million this year, cap hit.
No, but in terms of his APY,
I guess so. Do you want to take one of your running backs now? I'm going to do 2 people's worths, so you've got to get yours done too.
I will do it. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll get my notes out.
Yeah.
My notes are everywhere.
Yeah, that's all right.
What was 3 years, 66, 22?
We've got a signing. John Franklin Myers.
Oh.
Who's on the list? John Franklin Myers goes to the Titans.
For
3
20.
years, 63 million, 21 APY.
I
That's
won that.
that's
Oh, Ash got the team,
Ash
but
got the
I got
team.
the
He's the first
price.
person to get a team right. Well done,
Ash got
Ash.
I got the price. He got the team,
Yeah, you say you got the price when you were like 25% out as well.
and the rest of you,
Yeah, I put
uh,
12.
yeah, you were at half price basically.
Yeah, it was a half
I
price
knew he'd get
player.
money because there's no other good D lineman in his ilk.
Yeah, that's true.
Like he's the best defensive lineman in who's hit free agency in terms of like more interior. Obviously not Hendrickson as a thing, but 3 years, 63 million, 42 guaranteed. Whoosh.
Yeah, Awooga.
I mean, that's great for the Titans. I mean, didn't they just? Oh no, they traded away to Vondre Sweat.
Yeah,
That'd have been a good pairing.
yeah, they got JJ2 instead.
JJ2.
What?
JJ. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying no bad against JJ. I'll get Ash started.
Yeah, once he gets started, you can't stop him. So
No, you cannot.
still got Papa Roach in my head.
This is my last resort.
It's just a bad song.
Oh well, you know.
But
Some may
it's
disagree
like
with you.
it's like someone saying about and I get this all the time. Yeah, oh, I really like Sum 41, and someone goes, "Oh yeah, I love that song In Too Deep," and I'm like, "Fuck off, mate." Like it's just a bad song. Why do you even like it? Whereas the rest of their back catalogue, Sum 41, Chuck album, off the chart, so good. But anyway, enough about my Fringe
Oh,
like.
Giants are signing Tremaine Edmonds, 3 years, 36 million with nearly 24 million guaranteed. That's 12 million a year for Tremaine Edmonds.
That's a big step down from the 19 he signed for the Bears.
Um, yeah.
Arden Key signed to the Colts, 2 for 20.
Seems like Arden Key is like on the move every year.
Yeah.
He never seems to find a forever home. Oh no! Fuck you! Chargers have signed Charlie Kohler for 3 years, 24 million. Highest paid blocking tight
Wow.
end in the league.
Is that the highest free agent deal for a tight end you've ever seen?
Yeah.
That is a lot of money for Charlie Kohler. That's a lot of money. Uh,
They just take things I like. Diane Henley. They've got Diane Henley over there. Now they've got Charlie Kohler. I hate them. I hate Jim Harbaugh passionately.
well, I'm going to say I didn't get the number right because I was about a third of everyone. I put 2 million.
Did anyone put more than 6 million?
Yes, Ash put 7, and
Oh,
Poole put 7, and Danny put 7.
oh, okay. So I was lower on him then, and I even liked him. Oh God. Um, yeah.
Still waiting for edge rusher news with
Oh, we had Zion
Hendrickson.
Johnson. Zion Johnson was on there. Oh, I said 15 million for Zion Johnson. What is it? 15.2 he got?
No, we got more than that.
Did he not? Did he?
Yeah, Zion Johnson got more than that.
Well, I won the price on that one.
Yes, he
Just
did.
not the destination.
You definitely
Just
did. He got he got 16 and a half.
oh, I wasn't that far off. I'm not too bad at this.
Right.
Like Ryan says, it's got to be Njoku now if it's going to be a tight end.
Running back.
You would assume. I'm just looking at my notes. I'm nearly there.
We've got a few more guys to come for you in the chat. We have got 3 of Ant's guys coming. We've got 1 of Ash's, and we've got 2 more from me. One of which I am especially excited about the prospect of getting. Unfortunately, we don't have a pick in range yet, but a trade down could definitely happen, could it not?
3 was my third.
Hmm?
I'm losing guys here. Who does I do? Robert Henry, Seth McGowan and who else?
Jamari Taylor.
Shit, that's I do Jamari Taylor.
Well, we don't have to do Jamari Taylor. Just take that off.
I can. Well, names. Yeah, as I say, just give me a couple of things. I'm just trying to find
Yeah, that's fine.
my notes are so damn well organized. Unless you want to go through Ash's notes for his last guy and just get Ash's done.
Yeah, I'll get Ashes done then. Right. Last
I'll
guy.
I'll just very quickly check that this next Schefter tweet isn't a signing, and then we can do it. No, go for it. Ooh, 17 million guaranteed for Kohler. Whew. So,
Okay, here we go. Last one for Ash. I'm just reading his notes, so if it doesn't sound like me, it's not really. Jamal Haynes, Georgia Tech running back. 5'9", 190, 23-year-old redshirt senior at Georgia Tech his entire career. This last season, a 66.1 PFF grade, which includes 60 receiving grade, 32 pass blocking grade, 70 run grade. Had 125 attempts this year for 537 yards at 4.3 yards per attempt and 5 touchdowns with 1 fumble. Also, 34 of 43 for 266 through the air. Did do some kick returning as well. Only 2 returns in this most current season, however. He watched week 1 against Colorado in this most recent season. 16 for 65 and 1 of 2 for 27. With a 57 offensive grade. He's a 3-star out of high school. Initially a wide receiver in his first 2 years and recorded no stats. 3rd team All ACC in 2023 after a 1,000-yard season. Multiple award watch lists into 2024 preseason. And 2,500 rushing yards on 469 carries in his college career. It's 5.4 yards per carry. In this game, snap by snap, good lead block from running back alignment on end around on first defensive snap. Botched handoff on read option second play, hard to tell whose fault it was. Good fake on read option, takes most of the defense with him. Good block again on an end around. Good fake on read option, again defense slightly more disciplined, but he creates that moment of hesitation to buy time for the quarterback. Okay run, outside zone, bounce to outside, beats edge holder, not great breakaway speed, so forced out of bounds. End around again to open drive, get a good block from him to spring run free. Not so great run, good initial burst, but perhaps reads the line wrong and runs into traffic when the outside was open, but fights for extra yards. Again, fights for extra yards on the next rep, in a pile-on, in the inside zone run. Bad pass rep, lets himself get run out of bounds on a QB scramble drill, does not come back to try and help and get open. Bad receiving rep, pony personnel, running back to the quarterback's left. Slip screen that's fairly open, but he doesn't bring the ball in, is already trying to cut uphill before he's caught it. In pass throw, okay rep, chips edge, gets open-ish on the outside, but is right near the sideline and likely would have lost yards if he was targeted. Good blocks on back-to-back end-around plays yet again. Such a good run, reads zone play perfectly all up until he runs into his own player and goes flying. Followed up by a great inside zone run, and then a really weird run, bounces one way, but nothing there, bounces the other way just about and loses a yard or 2. Good fake on an RPO, good outside run, beats defense to the outside and picks up the first down when easily could have been a tackle for a loss. Really good receiving rep, carbon copy of earlier pony slip, except he actually catches it for a big game. A mare run, bounces outside zone for minimal gain, but should have tried to beat the defender over the edge with the left tackle right there and open space to run into. Good fake on a read option, and then a good block on game-sealing read option play. Comes back in field after fake to take out the pursuer, leaving quarterback clear to get to the end zone. In terms of comparison and fit, he has him as similar to Tyrone Tracy Jr. Light, similar career transition in college. Not an RB1 type, but a good RB2, who can also play some special teams. Haynes is smaller, though. For the Lions, he could be an RB2 in more of a Ray Davis role in Buffalo kind of way. 58 carries in 19 games at 3.1 yards per carry, with some work needed on his pass blocking, with only 111 college reps, while also offering some special teams usage. Currently, he's ranked the 27th overall running back, 398 overall. Puts him as a UDFA. Ash would have him as a 6th round pick, a bit higher than that. While his production did curtail after his breakout 2023 season, could be partly due to teams keying in on him and also due to a change in scheme to a more RPO read option heavy style to maximize Haynes King's skill set. While not being a like-for-like replacement for Monty, he could develop into a low-level RB2 with some weight added to his frame and more practice needed at pass protection. I imagine that you might have seen a little bit more of Jamal Haynes than some of the other running backs that I've talked about so far.
Yeah, I really like him. Real tough rusher. Done a real good job on that Georgia Tech team. Kind of carried it until Haynes King arrived. I agree with most of that assertion there about him. There's certainly edges that need to be trimmed off him, but he could be like your typical running back one bell cow type with the right development. He's incredibly tough. Georgia Tech do come from the scheme where they used to run the triple all the time. It's you've got to run the ball there. You've got to do a lot of heavy, dirty work in those trenches, especially as a running back. You've got to run the ball again and again and again and again. And he won games for them like through him over the quarterback play, which is really what you want to see. It's odd that he's not thought of more highly amongst these guys. I think it's just the school he's come from, and people haven't really looked at him. But he was. He picked up the slack from a certain Jameer Gibbs when he left, and he's had a pretty good NFL career so far. So I'm not saying he's going to be the next Gibbs, he's not, but he's got himself a home on next day. He's a draftable prospect. I agree with that. He should go somewhere well on day three. Someone should fall in love with him and like him.
We've got an update there as Cordell Flott, the corner, signs with the Tennessee Titans, 3 years, $42 million, $32 million fully guaranteed.
That feels like a lot of money. Although I must say I don't know too much about Cordell Flott's career.
Low key, I think he's a solid starter, and I think 14 million for a solid low end CB1, high CB2. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't hate that.
no, the volume dictates. Obviously, value is always going to be a bit funny in a draft. So here's what it is.
Malik Willis's deal has been released.
No, go on.
22.25 million signing bonus.
So that's the stuff that's guaranteed over his contract fully, isn't it?
There's others.
Oh,
1.25 million in the first year fully guaranteed. Obviously, vet minimum. 21.5 million 2027 fully guaranteed.
So
And then
they're committed to him for next year as well. Well,
yeah.
I guess not.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're going to have to pay it if there's no good. $2 million roster bonus due March 28, and then 20.5 million base for 2028.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
So you've got to figure that they are sort of in on him for the near future, at least.
Yeah.
At least the next 2 years. Oh no. Is Grandizer in the chat? What Grandizer thing?
He was in the chat, but I haven't seen him for a little bit.
Titans aren't done. They've agreed to terms with cornerback Alontae Taylor as the former Saints star moves on. 3-year deal worth $60 million with $42 million guaranteed. That's $20 million a year. So that is Alontae Taylor and Cordell Flott as your new corner pairing. The Bengals have gotten Brian Cook, 3 years, $40 million. So the Bengals have on there, but that's for the Titans. It's 45 million for Flott. That's 100 million they've just spent on cornerbacks.
A lot
That's
of money.
nuts. That's nuts. Well, Alontae Taylor was another one of the top 10 who's gone now. Well, depend on. And Broncos have got J.K. Dobbins. Was he there before? J.K. Dobbins. I thought J.K. Dobbins was already there.
JK was at the Chargers.
Oh, was he?
I don't know if he went to the Bengals. To the Chargers straight from the Ravens. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, he just went Ravens and Chargers.
Okay, so he stayed in the AFC. That's a big deal for Alontae Taylor.
It is. You good?
I will be in a second.
All right.
I can't remember where I've left my running back notes. There's some of the other ones now.
I'm just waiting for us to sign Quitty Pay.
Oh, I'm waiting for us to sign Reed, and then I can go to bed happy.
Reed and Boye Mafe.
I'd love Boye Maffey here. I really would. I have notes. So I do notes early, so I don't need to rewrite them.
Josh Jobe re-signs with the Seahawks. 3 years, 24 million.
Is that it? That's a great deal for them.
Yeah.
I
Former
would have thought.
UDFA.
I know, but he's performed well. Like I
Yeah, he
thought he
has.
performed well enough to.
Get some serious cash.
Oh yeah. Oh, I just found my notes on Elijah Green. See, there's your Tulsa guy. I'd have been 6'2", 195. Perfect. Perfect. What you want from your DB.
Perfect.
Right. Unboxing has been left in. I wish we'd have just one more for us.
That would be nice.
Did anyone anticipate so many cornerbacks? Not this early.
No. But I guess there's not many good ones, and they are particular. Your scheme and who they are, it's something
I,
you want to go and get your guy when you got a corner.
I say I'm surprised Rashid Walker hasn't gone because there's no other tackles at the top. I know people are probably nervous about him as a player, but you're not going to find many like him. So I'm shocked no one's taken a go on him.
Ryan says every deal looks great value compared to the McDuffie Rams contract, and I happen to agree.
I mean, that's just 31 million a year. I'll tell you one thing, the Chiefs know how to find DBs. There's no one better at finding DBs than them, apparently. I don't know whether it's the scheme or whatnot, but they just find something that works.
Jonathan Anton says think Lions go round 1 OT, second safety, round 4 edge in draft, and sign Cam Jordan. I can see it, but who are you getting in the second at safety at 50?
Oh no, and where's your depth after Cam Jordan? Like the trouble is we've no depth either.
No.
You've got to get somebody. And my worry is when these guys who've spent their entire career at one franchise come to another team for their last hurrah, they're not as good as they usually are. Like I think Cam Jordan is good in New Orleans. I think Cam Jordan outside of New Orleans is not going to be the Cam Jordan you get with New Orleans. He's their leading, he's the highest sack maker in their history, right? Like no one else has got more sacks than him in the history of that team.
That wouldn't surprise me.
And you're going to be paying him 11, 12 million a year. I've seen his contract details, and I know it's just 1 year, but it's like, I would rather just pay AQM 8 million than go 12 million for Cam Jordan. You just know that the second he leaves New Orleans and he comes here, he's going to get an injury and he's going to retire or something like that, or he's going to regress. Guys don't get to his age and just put those numbers up consistently. The second he moves, his production's dead. I don't want him at all. It would just. This might be controversial. We're better than him, or we should be looking for better than him. We need a long-term solution at the edge position. We've got no long-term solution at edge right now. If he came here as edge 3 on a cheaper contract, fine, but I want a big player in there, not a fourth-round pick. I want minimum a second-round pick putting on that. Chiefs rebuilding their secondary because they can't afford it. I would assume. Mind you saying that, they're letting Leo Chanel go. They're letting a lot of guys go.
Yeah, they are.
But I guess it's timeline. Can they really afford to pay McDuffie 31 million a year? Probably not. And they've got an extra first out of it. They're going through a mini retool. They'll just go for DBs again now. get younger at the position and go again, and they always seem to do it. Um, what's Schefter got? Brian Cook is 3 years, 42.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, how many of the secondaries that gone from there then? Jalen Watson's gone, Trent McDuffie's gone, Brian Cook's gone. Who's the other starting safety there?
I
That's
will
at least
find out.
that's 3 of the 5 gone. Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, both gone to the Rams.
The
Cook.
other starting safety is Noel Williams.
Oh, the Cal corner from last year.
Apparently, Joshua Williams is a free agent.
Oh, 2-time Super Bowl winner. Fayetteville State alum. Odd.
Alum.
Alum. He'll want to start somewhere. He's probably deserved the opportunity to start somewhere. But I think he's not proved he can be a consistent starter.
We could do worse in a spot that we are.
God, is he off his rookie contract already?
He has a 2022 fourth-round pick.
That must have been... Yeah, because the first year we spoke with Gerald was just after his rookie season in the NFL. So that matches. God, it's going quick. Now we've been doing this 6 years. You start getting to those points, you're like, oh my God, that was X amount of years ago.
Yeah, I
know. BNBN. I just remember that's the BN advert. BNBN.
I just think of it as Sesame Street.
No, it's BNs.
I love BNs and I love that advert, but it's Sesame Street.
BNBN. It's crazy. Cray.
There's very few songs which I think are more associated with adverts than the actual song.
Oh, Belly's Gonna Get You with Tango.
Love that. But
oh, was it? No, what Tango? Was it?
It was Reebok.
Adidas. It was Reebok. Belly's Gonna Get Ya.
Belly's gonna get you.
Yeah.
Just one cornetto.
Oh yeah,
Give
but
it to me.
Yeah. Oh God, with the singing
Oh,
stage.
it's the Muppets, not Sesame Street. Sorry, close enough. Yes, my bad. Anyway,
What do you mean close enough?
he said
well, Big Bird's gonna knock your head off for saying
Floyd said it. I didn't say it. Floyd said close enough.
The Muppets and Sesame Street done in.
Yeah, they're the same thing.
God.
That laugh that you have just ends me every time.
What can I say?
It's a bit like Peter Griffin, actually.
I can't get over. They do the guy who does he does reactions on TikTok. He's hilarious, and it's Triple H's theme, and he puts loads of noises on Triple H's theme, and he has Peter Griffin's laugh before he does.
Yeah, I know
where Lemmy does the oh God, he does that little thing where it has Peter Griffin's voice in just before the riff hits.
Is it a black guy with a big beard who does it in his car?
Yeah,
I know the guy. Yeah.
The best one is the Scooby-Doo one. It works so well. Scooby-Doo and Motorhead needs to be a thing I need in my life. It's one of the best. That's what the internet is made for, stuff like that. But he just keeps putting loads of noises along the Triple H theme, and it's amazing how many things sort of work with it. Cam Thomas has reached a deal with the Falcons, $3 million. Is that former San Diego State?
Correct.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I remember doing his draft profile. I loved him. I wanted the Lions to get him.
Did not work out in the league.
Oh, Commanders are re-signing Marcus Mariota, $7 million for the year. Can make up to $11 million with incentives.
No one has made more by playing less.
He's like the Temu Kirk Cousins.
He's a Timo Chase Daniel.
No, he's better than Chase Daniel.
Yeah, but he's played less than Chase Daniel, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah,
Actually,
but who would you rather have? Prime Marcus Mariota or Prime Chase
oh,
Daniel?
definitely prime Mariota. Mariota's actually a serviceable quarterback. He's probably like number 35 in the league.
Chase Daniel is just absolute hot garbage.
And that gives Hot a bad name.
Come on, Ian. I want tweet beginning with Lions.
Lions do
Can't
not
just
plan to sign anyone else in free agency.
can't just be Cape Mays. I get Cape Mays is a good thing, but we've still got a billion holes to fill, and we've got none of our own free agents back. Any concerns about playing the Titans or Jets in 26 given their moves so far? I, I wouldn't say because of their moves. I'd say because of our lack of moves. Yes. Because I don't think our team definitely hasn't got the depth it needs right now to compete, but it's the first day of free agency, so that'll change. But I wouldn't be comfortable about playing anybody right now. Got a
I'm
lot of holes to fill.
equally. I'm also not scared of playing anyone right now because the teams are going to look a lot different between now and then.
Oh yeah.
All of
The
them.
Jets probably not, because the Jets offense still sucks hot garbage. They ain't got a quarterback. Oh, sorry, they've got Kenny Pickett. My bad.
They got Brees Hall and Garrett
Kenny
Wilson.
Has Kenny Pickett ever beaten us? I like to think Kenny Pickett's never beaten us before.
I don't
We
think
seem
he
to have,
has, but he's only played so many games.
we seem to have a laundry list of terrible QBs who've beaten us. Who else is there? Aiden
Gino.
O'Connell. Aiden O'Connell definitely hasn't beaten us.
Did we lose to the Geno Smith Jets? I'm pretty sure that was the first game in the Patricia era, wasn't it?
That was Sam Darnold and
That
the
was
Jets.
Darnold. Whoops, my bad.
Well, Sam Darnold's a Super Bowl winner now, so we can say, oh, we lost to a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Yay.
Man, God, we didn't lose to them. We won that game. Or did we get beaten that game?
We had a pick six first play and we still lost.
Oh. I've just erased that period of history out my mind.
That's the PTSD.
Patricia traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, that's
That needs to be a real thing.
Well, Ohio State are going to find out. They've got the higher than Natty now, but he's still there.
Well, at least he won something with them.
Yeah, but it was all him, though. Like, there was that one really big play, and that was all him.
True. True. Who knows?
Running back?
Yes. Sorry. Keep getting sidetracked.
Otherwise, I'm going to be here all night, and I need to go and eat at some point soon. And are you appearing on a different show?
That's not starting till 8:30, and there's loads of other people going on it, so I wouldn't think there's going to be an issue there.
Okay.
Right, who are we going to do first? Right, we're going to do Seth. We're going to do Seth McGowan first.
We've got 5 running backs to get through in that time, so.
Well, I've already I don't need to talk long about Seth McGowan because I've already talked about him
Go on,
a
then.
million times on the college pod. But anywho, Seth McGowan, one of my favourite running back prospects in this upcoming draft. Absolutely love the kid. 6'1", 215 pounds, although I believe he came in at 6'2" at the combine. He was one of the bigger set of running backs who came through the combine. He is a downhill between the tackles, thumping style runner. As I say, 6'1", 215, initially a high star recruit for Oklahoma years ago, and there was a lot of buzz around him. But his career started off really poorly. He had 571 yards and 4 touchdowns in his freshman season. And then it all went wrong for him as he was meant to be the number 1 guy there in 2021. But as a lot of collegiate kids do, he got in trouble, got put in jail for...
Wee woo.
Sorry,
Lions signing. Backup tackle. They've signed Larry Borum. Per Pelissero. Larry Borum.
Oh, fucking hell. You mean the old Bears one?
Yeah. Sorry, just wanted to say because of the Lions signing, but who cares? Anyway, carry on.
Hang on.
Sorry.
You can quickly talk about him. I'll get back to.
I'm not sure I want to talk about him, if I'm honest. 26 years old, from Detroit, Michigan. Played for Mizzou in college. Was the fifth round pick in 2021 of the Miami Dolphins. No, it wasn't. Sorry, was of the Miami Dolphins' most recent year. Fifth round pick of the Bears in 2021. 6'5", 325. Played 56 games, 35 starts.
Yeah.
Whelmed.
I'm not even whelmed.
Are you underwhelmed?
I'm disgusted.
He got 2.5 million last year.
I don't care. I'm done with. Ugh.
We do need depth. We wanted a
We
swing
do.
tackle. We wanted
We
a swing
do.
tackle.
We
This is a
do.
swing tackle.
We do. We do. We swang and we missed, but it is what it is. Ugh.
How
No, I'm not. I'm
much?
not. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, how much?
How much?
Hopefully, vet min.
No,
Um,
Carlton's post in the Discord, sorry, in the podcast links channel.
what? Don't become your parents. Don't say how much every time a new contract is announced.
That's such a good meme.
In fairness,
I
in
love
my
it so
defense, I don't think either of my parents grew up debating the contracts of NFL players. I'm the first person in my family to take a genuine interest in the NFL.
No, I know,
But I
but we're
get
just
it.
becoming tropes of ourselves.
We are. We are. Oh God. Is that an interview? I was worried about becoming my father, and now I am.
Ditto.
Jesus Christ. Right, back to something happy. Where was I? Seth McGowan. Again, if you've listened to the college pod any number of times, you know how much I love this kid. 6'2", 215 pounds. Big four-star recruit for Oklahoma several years ago. Nearly 600 yards, 4 touchdowns in his freshman season. But then it all went south. He was involved in a robbery with two of his teammates, pled guilty to larceny. He spent 3 months in jail, was released on probation, but he got kicked off the Oklahoma team as a result of that. Nobody wanted him in the portal. So he had to work his way all the way down to the proverbial bottom, went to Texas College, which is an NAIA school. Then he ended up at Butler Community College. He came up through the JUCO ranks and worked his way back into the collegiate system. Came up to New Mexico State back in 2024, had a breakout season for them, 154 carries, 824 yards, going at 5.5 yards a clip and 3 touchdowns under the final year of Jerry Kill, which was awesome. And then he took a transfer to Kentucky this year, just gone, and showed all of that talent that he had as a kid. And it was never quite worked up on, but 166 carries, 730 yards, 4.5 yards per carry, which is not bad on that Kentucky team, which shook Dong, and 12 touchdowns for him as well. Nearly 500 yards after contact, 35 missed tackles on the season as well. He's your typical north-south runner. He puts his head down, finds the gaps that he needs to, and powers his way through them. He's the exact sort of running back that I like. He's perfectly in Monty's style. He is athletic as hell. The combine results came through awesome for him. For a guy who was his size, nearly 220, he ran a sub 450 40, which is great for between the tackles rusher. He had a 42.5-inch vert, which was best of any running back by 3.5 inches. He had a 10'11" broad, which was the best by 3 inches out of any running back, which showcases his explosive ability, which is all about. He's out his stance quick. And when you watched him in his drills, like the cuts were filthy. Like he was just changing position on a dime. The cuts are amazing. The feet are good. The ball security is tremendous. He's only had 6 fumbles in his collegiate career altogether. Just 2 this year on 166 carries for Kentucky. So the ball security is really good. It's also low key not a bad receiving option either if you want someone who can do the work for you out the backfield. I mean, only 600 receiving yards in his career, but he moves the chains. And you get him in a bit of space, he can do some damage there. And as I say, he's just got everything you want. He's completely off the radar because of the flags from when he was younger. Um, people have just kind of forgotten about him. He had major potential at one time, and he has showcased that major potential this year. And because he's not been at a major program, the people have just forgotten about him. But in this pre-draft cycle, you've seen people come around to him now, and you are going to be spending pick 118 on him as a bare minimum, maybe a little higher if you want to get him. But I think in terms of value, he has the value of being a running back one in the NFL, and people just haven't had the chance to see it. And if you can accept the fact that he has grown up and matured as an adult and he's learnt from his mistakes as a kid, which he has, then you are going to get some seriously good value for him. I think he could even be as high as a round 2 pick, but I would pick him in round 4. I would be really happy with him. And for me, he's my number one running back target in the draft in terms of the kind of one we want to replace what Montgomery's left. And because he's got so much more upside than, his position would belie. And I think over time he could become a great option for us. And again, I think he's done it the right way. He went to rock bottom. He's worked his way back the correct way. Um, and yeah, I really like this kid in spite of what he did when he was younger. So yeah, Seth McGowan for me, completely underrated, explosive, big guy between the tackles. He is the guy I want the Lions to get.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fans. A lot of fans. His journey is really interesting. Yeah. I guess I'll do my second guy. Let's crack on with these, shall we? I don't think anyone's been signed.
I'm just not happy with Larry Borum. Yeah, you go on.
Right. Second guy is Le'Veon Moss. He's a 23-year-old senior, plays at Texas A&M. He was born in November, so this is going to be his year 23 season for the most part. He's 5'11", 203 pounds, 31-inch arms, PFF grade this season of 75.8. He has only played 742 offensive snaps in his entire 4-year TAMU career, so extremely underutilized, basically because he has significant injuries. Nothing that makes you think that any of them could be long-term. He just hasn't been able to be on the field very often. This most recent season, he had 175 snaps. 50 snaps in his first season and 243 and 274 in the intervening years. However, he had a PFF grade in the last 3 seasons of 75 plus in each of those seasons, mainly due to his running grade, because when he runs, he can be very good. However, he has only had 51 pass blocking attempts in the last 4 years. His running mate, Ruben Owens II, this year had 68 just this season, so that's more than Le'Veon Moss has had in his entire career, and they actively scheme him up to avoid pass blocking, so that's interesting to see whether he can do that. Anyway, in his TAMU career, he has 1,767 yards at 5.5 yards a carry, and 22 touchdowns, including 10 in 2024 and 6 in 2025. This most recent season, 77 carries for 404 yards at 5.2 yards a carry. He only had 2 receptions for 3 yards in this most recent season. The most receptions in his career is 11 in a season. So again, doesn't pass block, doesn't receive the ball particularly much. He did not participate in the combine because of the ankle injury that he suffered after week 7. He actually played 19 reps in the game against Miami in the playoffs, but apparently he wasn't fit then and he's still not fit now. He plans to perform fully at the A&M Pro Day, which is coming up. I watched the game against Notre Dame, which was an absolute barnstormer, 41-40 in a big comeback win for Texas A&M. And overall, he's an intriguing prospect, almost 6 foot, 205 pounds. He looks bigger on tape. He's built, because he's only 6 foot in terms of I'm looking for a power back, but he's carrying over 200 pounds. He's got a low center of gravity. He's got a good amount of power, which makes him quite attractive. He's got a good burst, but that's about where the positivity ends for him. As a runner, he's got good quickness, makes his first cut and he appears quite agile, but he never makes more than the offensive line give him. He seems to fall forward mostly, and he plays nice and low given that he's 6 foot. He has reasonable contact balance, but his vision is poor. Um, for me, he's like a goal line back because he's got that low center of gravity and some power, but rarely throwing the ball, rarely pass blocks, very one dimensional, can't be a third down back. No way in hell you put this guy in third down. He's a first and second down guy only, and even then, his vision's bad. So, how often do you actually want this guy touching the ball? I'm not sure. Questions about him and the fact that he's got injury concerns are going to persevere all the way through this. I have him as a priority UDFA. I don't think he's a draftable prospect. And actually, I think the consensus is slightly higher than that. I think with the injury concerns especially, but also the fact that I don't know where he fits into a team. Like, as a day 3 pick, you want him to have special teams versatility, but the guy's barely played any football. So I'm just concerned about him. The thing is, when he does run the ball, he has been productive. 121 carries for 765 yards and 10 touchdowns in 2024 is nothing to be sniffed at in 9 games. But he's never played more than 9 games in a season. That's not something which is going to fly at the next level. He's got to get lucky with his health. He's got to develop in the things which are going to get him on the field. And even then, I think he's going to struggle. So I fully expect him to see a practice squad this year. I don't think he's going to get drafted. And any thoughts on Le'Veon Moss?
Not much to add to that. Like you say, it's just been the availability has been an issue for him. Like when he's on form, he's a really good running back. But it's just, and he's had some really good games. I think it was the Arkansas game. I remember watching him in last year. It was just tremendous. And you're like, that's a future NFL back. And then just the knocks and that keep him under wraps. But I'm with you. He will probably be one of those. He'll land on a roster somewhere. He'll go 7th round like Isaac Pacheco or something like that. Might surprise a lot of people.
Yeah,
But
might do.
I think that's where he is.
All right. Do we have any other signings? No, we just have Outcast and talking about how he already wrote about Borum as a good fit.
As a bargain bin offensive lineman. There's a reason these guys are in the bargain bin, y'all. I don't know. Maybe I've been too harsh. I just remember him when he was at Chicago and he was absolute cheeks. Like, he was terrible and they couldn't wait to get rid of him. Where's he been this last year? In Miami?
Miami. And he was fine. Like, he wasn't great, but he was okay.
It's like, is that really enough?
I think his career resembles exactly one I would expect from a tackle who's a 5th-round pick. It's slightly under middling. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, we always talk about the fact that tackle is something you want to draft high because the lower guys tend not to do as well as you would think. And this is exactly the case in point. But if you sign him as the skipper replacement, as the tackle off the bench, he's providing adequate play. That's okay. We need that.
I mean, I guess some people would say they'd feel better than him there than Manu, which is fine. But this is an indictment on Manu that we're having to go and get Larry Borum to replace him.
Manu is and going to end up getting cut.
Yeah, he's not going to make the roster this year.
No, I don't think so.
Unless someone is injured and hurt. But I just don't like the whole... And everyone's going, oh, he's a Detroit native. Right, let's look at his PFF grades. He has never ranked above 62 in run blocking. His last 3 years, 50, 51, 54. We like run blockers.
We do.
Even PFF agree. I didn't like him back in his Chicago days, and he's not done that much better in Miami. In a team that was trying to compete this year. I don't know. It just might... Again, he's experienced, but... he played well with the Finns. That's fine. That's intriguing. Attila goes Manu, maybe the new blocking tight end. Could we use Manu as a tight end?
Very big tight end.
Very big tight end.
Do you want to do your second guy?
I'm gone. Mm,
Attila said would rather had Braxton Jones. I think Braxton Jones is going to get paid 5 times as much.
yeah.
Braxton Jones is going to get paid more than 10 million a year, but not more than 15, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas Larry Boreham is going to get three and
Yeah.
a half, and he's going to like it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, probably. Probably.
I love that someone replies to your tweet about not liking Larry Boreham, saying this is someone you've not paid attention to his entire career, and it's like he played for the Bears. We've seen him
Yeah.
loads. What the fuck are you on about?
He used to mock that Chicago offensive line for how bad it was, and it was all over the show.
To be fair, I
Again, you
don't
don't.
think Boreham was the problem on that line,
Yeah.
but he wasn't a good part of that line. He was just,
A part of it.
yeah, he was there.
If he's going to be the swing, then maybe. I just don't feel like it's a much of an upgrade. He's played a lot of snaps in the NFL,
Mm-hmm.
but he's not been great. But hey, who?
John Whitaker said that signing Larry Boreham is exactly the same as like when the Lions had Tyrell Crosby entering 2021.
I like Tyrell,
I
so
know.
can't say I don't like those sort of guys.
He said, worst case scenario, he's your starter, but the plan is probably to not have him as starter.
If he's depth, then fine, but you can't carry Larry Boreham and Manu.
Oh, no,
Really.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
You right?
Yeah. I'll do my thing in a minute. Sorry.
Okie dokie, that's fine. Just trying to find any more semblance of deals, but it's really dried up. There's someone here who's saying that the floor for Jeremiah Love is the Titans at 4.
4.
Mm-hmm.
As in, that's the lowest he's going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where's his ceiling then? Like who in front of the or do they mean that they reckon 4 is the first place he can go? Do you reckon?
No, the floor. Last place he can go. Can I interest you in a Brees Hall trade and they go to running back?
Who said that?
I'm saying that.
Oh, you're saying his floor is 4.
No. Evan Siddery, who is
Okay.
someone under Cauchy Sports, got 66,000 followers.
Ah.
He's not a no one. He's not a big
He seems to
reporter.
be, he's one of those, he's one of the, no, he's been very active this season. It
Mm.
seems to be one of those that's emerging.
Yeah, I just think with having a running back on a tag, the Jets are probably in the market for a running back.
Potentially. I guess you could. Hang on. Just thought about where my notes for these might be. They'll be in here. Bum, 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 bum.
If you're still trying to find it, I could go for my last guy.
Yeah, do your last one, and then I'll do my last two to end it.
Right. Okay. Is everyone ready for another running back? Hey. This is the best one of the lot. So, this is Penn State's Catron Allen. He is a senior. He's 23 years old, but he's only just turned 23. He's 5'11", 216 pounds, although he could well have played a bit of a higher rate, but that's what he was in the combine. 29.5-inch arms, so quite small arms. PFF grade this season of 89.5. He's played his entire career at Penn State. 769 yards, 769 carries, 4,180 yards, 5.4 yards a carry, 39 touchdowns. Also 7 for 490. That's 7 yards per catch and 4 touchdowns through the air. He is the program leader at receiving yards. That includes Saquon Barkley. However, Saquon did play one less season and had only 337 less yards. That said, Catron Allen had to split reps with Nick Singleton, so it's not like he was being a complete bell cow who was being run into the ground. He has just a smidge under 1,700 carries for his entire college career. Never had less than 400, never had more than 450. So very consistent workload. Very, very, very good yardage numbers. It's 2025, 210 carries, 1,303 yards. That's 6.2 yards per carry and 15 touchdowns. And he was 18 for 68 through the air. So his most productive season in the least number of games he's played in his career comfortably. And in his freshman year, as a true freshman, he had 10 touchdowns. He had 15 this year on a third more reps. So very, very impressive statistical season. I watched the game against Oregon in week 5 for Penn State, which was a double overtime 30-24 loss. He was 12 for 54 and a touchdown and 2 receptions for 12 yards. He had a PFF grade in this game of 77. And overall, having a look at that game and kind of evaluating him, is a fascinating prospect. Physically, good height, carries his weight really well, low center of gravity without being heavy. He's shifty, he's agile, a strong runner. He's very quick to get up to his top speed. Unfortunately, his top speed isn't as high as you would like, but basically everything else is excellent. As a runner, really great vision, really good patience. Number of times on tape in this game, he's either taking the ball, waiting for the play to develop and the blocks to develop in front of him before he goes and hits the hole. It's the sort of thing that you see Alvin Kamara do. Just great patience behind that line. Or Le'Veon Bell was very, very good at that. In fact, Le'Veon Bell's probably my comp for Catron Allen, to be honest. I don't really do comps as a matter of course, but I think like for like that really, really works. He understands the plays as he's drawn up and he executes really good football IQ. Converts his speed to power really well, despite the fact I said he's not got home run speed. He's got suddenness to him, and he converts that to power really, really well. Good contact balance. He drives his legs for extra yards. We seem equally adept running between the tackles, inside and outside zone, power runs. I don't think this is someone who necessarily needs to be schemed particularly. I think this is someone who's going to get his. I don't see him as much of a receiver in this game, so it's hard for me to comment on this, but he's been fairly productive in college. I think this is something that isn't going to be his calling card, but he's going to be able to do it. As a blocker, displays excellent technique at times. He's inconsistent, and that's going to be his problem. He IDs rushes pretty well. He takes up good positions to absorb heavy contact. He's frequently looking for work and then releasing upfield if he's not needed to provide an option. This was his best season to date as a pass blocker. He was a bit of a liability in previous years. Overall, considering his ascending pass blocking, given that he is a very productive runner and he can catch the ball a bit, he's got the potential to be a 3-down back. His rushing ability is excellent. He's consistent in his rushing. He's going to get yards at the next level. Can he continue to improve in the receiving game? Can he be more consistent in his blocking? Because he's shown he can do it. I have him as a high 3rd-round pick. I think the consensus on him is that he's maybe a lower 3rd-round pick, some slightly higher than consensus on Catron Allen. Watching him, I can see some of the best traits of some of the best running backs out there, especially the way that he waits for players to develop. It's just a trait you see from some of the best of the best. I think that whoever drafts him are going to be pleasantly surprised with what you get from him, but I do think anyone that overdrafts him are going to be disappointed in what he provides. He's very much a middle of the road, value for money pick who I hope we either trade back into the third or trade up from the fourth to have a go at him. Because in terms of what he provides as a replacement for Monty, I think he'd be a good foil for Gibbs. I think he'd be a better short yardage back. I think that he provides potentially slightly better pass blocking, although that still needs to develop a bit. There's meat on the bone there, but we need to get cheap at running back. I think this would be a good option at a less than premium pick. Adam Randall, though, bigger, stronger, much less developed, but much, much later. He's a 6th or 7th round guy. This is a 3rd round guy. So, you've got to pick your poison sometimes with the way you draft these guys, but Catron Allen is a very, very good runner. And any thoughts about Catron Allen?
No, to be honest, I've always liked Singleton better as the pair, but Allen's the one who really shone this year. I think the pair of them are going to do great in the NFL. Like for them to have got the amount of yardage they had when they've worked in tandem their entire careers is absolutely insane. Nicholas Singleton nearly beat Saquon's record as well. If it was just one of those guys, they'd have outright done a record by some stupid distance. But it's one of the greatest pairings college football's ever seen. These two guys have their own different attributes. For me, Singleton's a little bit of a tougher runner, but Allen's a bit more of a nuanced runner, and the nuance does you well in the NFL. So I'm intrigued to see where both of them go. Obviously, Singleton's dealing with his injury, which probably pushed Allen above him, but I think both of them are going to have very promising NFL careers. I really do. It's been fun to watch them these last few years amongst a plethora of really bad quarterbacks at Penn State. They've been tremendous.
Yeah, they have been. Right, couple of things have happened. Elton Jenkins has now been released by the Packers, apparently, and Boye Mafe has signed with the Bengals. 3 years, $60 million.
It's a bit high, isn't it?
Which means, guess what? I win.
Quitty pay time.
No,
Oh,
I win.
God.
I got the highest number in our APY there.
No one got the team.
No.
Eh, dear. What's it like, him? What is it like? Yeah. I like that move for Cincinnati, though. Obviously, if they're losing Hendrickson, it's good for them.
Mm. Yeah, three years, 20 API, as opposed to, well, what does Hendrickson get? If Hendrickson only gets 22, 23, 24, if Hendrickson gets 30, 31, 32, it's a bit of a different conversation, but
Cowboys have signed safety Jalen Thompson, 3 years, $36 million deal.
for a safety, holy shit.
That's a good payday for him.
That's a huge amount of money for Jalen Thompson. He's a good player, but 12 million APY?
Yeah.
Flippin' heck. Right, it's on you,
Yeah.
man. Bring us
Who
home.
I'm gonna do next? So, hang on, where is my notes? Where was he? So next we're gonna do Robert Henry Jr. We've got the UTSA Roadrunners running back, continuing a lineage that goes back to the Sincere McCormack days. These guys who can come up to the NFL and do some damage. He's 5'9", 205 pounds, so a little on the smaller side. Another one of those guys started off down in JUCO. I mean, he's one of the greatest running backs ever in high school history in Mississippi. 99 touchdowns, over 7,000 rushing yards, and yet he came out as a 0-star recruit, and no one really took much interest in him. So he had to start his time down in JUCO. He went to Jones College in Mississippi, nearby to where he lives. Didn't want to move too far. And then spent a couple of years there, then came up to UTSA. Obviously, not a bad career move if you're a running back. And he has begun to shine over the last 3 years. All told, he's got 2,339 rushing yards, going at 5.8 yards per carry and 27 rushing touchdowns with just 6 fumbles in that time. Over 1,500 of those yards have come after contact, and he had an absolutely electric start to this year. He didn't post less than 140 yards in his first 4 games this season, had just under 1,100 yards altogether and 9 rushing touchdowns, but he and that UTSA team went on the road to College Station to play Texas A&M, and he absolutely ruined them. 16 carries, 177 yards, a mere 11.1 yards per carry, and a couple of rushing touchdowns on the day. He just took this by far and showed everything that he's about. And you kind of think about the stature of him, you'll learn what type of guy he is. He is electric in terms of his speed. He loves to bounce outside. His thing, you'd think he'd go between the tackles quite a lot, but he's quite happy just sort of really patiently waiting, bouncing outside the tackles, finding gaps in the defense, and just hitting it with this electric speed that he's got, which would belie someone of his build at 215. He's really quick, just like Seth McGowan is. And just very compact, great through contact, forced a lot of missed tackles over his career. He's just sort of like your bowling ball, but he's an outside the tackles bowling ball per se. And again, going completely under the radar with him being a group of five prospect, he's not getting too much love. As terms of a receiver, again, he does just what he needs to as a receiver. It's not going to jump off the page at you. Just 419 yards and 3 touchdowns, but he's a really good chain mover, and they like to use him on screens, put him behind a couple of big offensive linemen, and they'll gore out a hole for him, and he'll take home run ability home there. And he actually does play as a wideout sometimes
Oh,
as well, believe it or not. Oh, hello. What forgot?
Odafe Owe goes to the Commanders. 4 years, 100 million.
Oh, wow. 25 million a year for a Daffy Oway.
68 million guaranteed. Sorry, that was a lot of money.
No, 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 absolutely.
Shit.
Ah. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, one of the biggest free agents left on the market. That is crazy.
That's so much money.
Yeah,
I know that he's alright, but 25 mil APY is a lot for Odafe.
yeah, it is. It is. Wow. Sorry, I'll quickly finish off with
Sorry.
Robert Henry while we're. No, 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 no,
Rewind.
it's all right. As I say, just this explosive big play here. 24 explosive runs of 10 plus yards last year. So when he gets going, he's very hard to bring down. 4.2 yards after contact per attempt this year. So even when you do make contact with him, it's so difficult. 37 missed tackles with it this season. Um, he's one of the best running backs in the group of five, period. And for the amount of carries he's had 726 in college between UTSA and Jones, and he's had a lot more in high school as well. The injury history is very minimal. He had a minor concussion 3 years ago, had nothing since there, had a little ankle injury where he missed 1 game in 24, and he had an undisclosed injury this year against Charlotte, and he missed 1 game, and that was it. He's missed 3 games in his collegiate career. As far as UTSA goes, for the type and style of running back that he is, he's incredibly durable. I'd say just that little difference maker. Once you get the ball in his hands, he's so difficult to bring down. And as I say, he's done it against good opposition as well. As I say, against Tamu, that's full of defensive line prospects and linebackers and just defenders in general who are going to come up to the NFL. And it's the vision that he works with is just next level. He's always managed to find a way to put defenders into bad angles and bait them in to committing to him. And then you just stick his foot in the ground and he's gone. He just works with this next level IQ that I really like. Not all too dissimilar to how Sincere McCormack used to play football. He was a bit more of a between the tackles runner, but he was really savvy and really cerebral when it came to how he ran. And yeah, it's just a case of whether the frame is going to work at the NFL level. I don't think there's any reason to. He's going to be a day three pick, or he may go into undrafted free agency. I'm not sure. It's just, especially at this level, just pushing for those extra few yards as and when you do. But whilst he's in motion, he's absolutely impossible to bring down. And he's an older prospect. He's going to be 25 this year. So, in terms of developing him, you're going to put him in and try and play him right away because of the age and the amount that he's been through. But just in terms of these really determined, really well built group of five running backs who generally work better in the NFL than some of their other counterparts, I think he's the next in a line from this UTSA side. So Robert Henry Jr., um, one to look out for on the periphery. Um, Certainly got draft gem potential about him if he comes to the right system and finds the right situation to work in.
I have nothing to add, so I won't.
Hmm. 49ers signed Vidarian Lowe for 12 million. Offensive tackle, 6 million guaranteed. Oh, it's a 2-year, $12 million deal, sorry. Thought it said one. I would assume Borum's going to get slightly less than that.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Okay, I'm getting cooked on Twitter for calling it garbage.
Yes, you are.
What can I say? I stand by my takes. Whatever.
He was cheeks at Chicago.
He was absolute cheeks. I've got 4 years of watching him at Chicago, so if he suddenly miraculously become half decent after 1 year in Miami, fine. But this is not like I don't know who he is and what he's about. I'm not going to be gaslighted into liking these guys to be better than they are anymore.
Yeah, he's not. He's just not that good.
So I mean, when you get guys like Allen that they're like just, oh yeah, he's actually fantastic. This is one of the best deals ever. You've got a new Trent Williams there. You should be grateful for it. You get gaslighted into liking some of these picks. I'm like, no, I trust my eyes. More often than not, my eyes are right. And just because I don't like it doesn't mean I'm the same old Lions fan who hates the Lions. I just don't like this particular move.
Yeah.
And that is well within my right to be so. Oh, we've been awarded a fifth round comp pick
Fifth.
from last year. Yeah, it's fifth. I think they said it's between 151 and 157, I believe.
Okay.
So we got 118, 128, 150, and then one between. So we've got a few picks to mess around with now. You can certainly work your way up into the third if you want to, although I would rather not. I'd rather just pick. This smacks right now of moving three of them picks into one and picking a development player, and I'm just not about that. Here we go. Here's the comp pick formula. Threes have gone to Minnesota, Philly, Pittsburgh, and Jacksonville. Regards from us. Fourths to the 49ers, Raiders, Steelers, Saints, Eagles, 49ers, 49ers. Bloody hell, 49ers have got 3 fourth round comp picks. And the Jets. Fifths are Baltimore, Baltimore, Vegas, Kansas, Dallas, Philly, Jets, Dallas, Detroit. Six are Pittsburgh, Philly, and Pittsburgh. And seventh, bloody hell, there's loads. Indy, Baltimore, Rams, Rams, Baltimore, Indy, Green Bay, Denver, Denver.
Denver get Mr. Irrelevant.
Denver do get Mr. Irrelevant.
41st pick in the 7th round, 257 overall.
They've got Mr. Irrelevant and Mr. Irrelevant
Eve.
+1. Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant Eve.
Right, I need to eat. Do we want to do the last running back before we sign off?
I'll sort Jamari Taylor another time.
All right.
Because I must admit I completely forgot, and I said I was going to do three.
Oh,
So
that's all right. Don't worry.
leave it
Okay.
as it is.
Let's just see if there's any other comments in the chat.
What was the comp pick for Zeitler? That was the 5th.
Yeah.
The comp pick that was close to being a 3rd was DJ Reed, but he didn't play enough because of the injury.
Not DJ Reed, because that's who we got in. It's Carlton Davis.
Oh, Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis had an injury that kept him out a bit. If Carlton Davis hadn't have got injured, we'd have got a 3rd for him. It's amounts to playing time, isn't it? Because DJ was injured with us. If Carlton had have played much more for them, we'd have got a pick by law of them getting more out of Carlton than we got out of DJ. But he had to be selfish and get hurt for a few games. So the Bears didn't get their picks for Cunningham. They'll be annoyed at that.
Right, everybody, it's been a good 4.5 hours with you all. I hope you enjoyed this show. There's been a lot of big deals. Unfortunately, not many of them for the Lions, but we knew that already. However, we've got a centre. That's really what we came here today to get done. And so the draft is now just that little bit easier, but fingers crossed we have some more deals to report in the coming days. Our next episode is going to be the college football podcast coming up later this week, I suspect, and then we'll have another breakdown of positional prospects on Monday next week. We hope you have a fantastic week, and thanks to Ant for doing this for me, and to Ash in absentia for reviewing the running backs that he did do. Thanks to all. We'll see you later on. Let's go, lads. One pride.
One pride. See you later, y'all.